Prison Days, Screwed Up by Simon King. Narrated by Todd Waites. The wheels set into motion. If there is one thing I've picked up in more than 30 years of working, actually, it's probably closer to 40 years considering I started working on the farm I grew up on at around age 12, which was pretty normal back then. It's this. The face one has at work is normally vastly different from the face one wears at home. And that is because of a number of factors. Firstly, there are normally too many prying eyes at work, all looking for an excuse to jump on your arse and claim some brownie points with the boss. Keeping a low profile is one of the best ways to avoid those situations, and so I always find that keeping a work face separate from home does wonders. Secondly, I've always found that those who tend to voice their opinions about certain situations at work, be it one of their dumb-arse coworkers or perhaps a supervisor using every opportunity to advance their own career at the expense of others, they always end up out the door quicker than anybody else. Working in a prison taught me a lot about keeping things firmly separated. Remember that old saying, "Leave your shit at work"? Is that even a saying? I'm sure it is, because I know I've said it enough times myself. It wasn't long into this new role that I realized I didn't just need to keep things separate, I needed a way to wake me the fuck up whenever I walked through the front door. But more on that later. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that throughout my working career, I often noticed people wearing very different faces at work than they do at home, me included. In one way, I think it's a way to protect yourself, and maybe even your loved ones. Separating your work life so you can keep your home and your family as far away from that world as possible is a smart choice. Why? For peace of mind. That's what I think anyway. Working in a prison has highlighted this small detail more than anything. One of the biggest things that I instantly fell in love with was the fact that while working at the prison, there came a time during every single shift where I felt a massive weight lift off my shoulders. You see, when I walked out of that prison at the conclusion of my shift, I didn't have any reason to allow the place to remain in my mind. I've worked several sales jobs in my time, and the one thing I remember from each of those is that the end of the week meant nothing. The pressure, the numbers, the endless need to meet targets remained with me throughout. Hell, I even dreamed of meeting sales targets when the months weren't going to plan. But during my time in prison, not a thing. That was during the first year anyway. Have you ever considered such a job? Perhaps you've wondered whether you've got what it takes to make it. I cover more of this topic further in, but I just want to let you know that the chances you do are pretty high. And that brings me to one of the biggest revelations I discovered during that first week behind bars. It was nothing like I had ever imagined. Furthermore, it was nothing like I'd ever seen on TV. In the subsequent years, I would always be reminded of those first few days in the job as I watched new officers walk around the place, their own fresh uniforms and wide eyes unable to be hidden from those who noticed them. That's what I looked like, wide-eyed and shitting bricks those first few weeks. After the thrill of sharing some unbelievable events throughout the past 12 Prison Days books, I wanted to give you one final walk around the walls to share with you my story in a way that perhaps told the events from a different viewpoint. I've received many emails from people who loved the series, but there have also been a few that didn't take to the whole diary format. So I thought that it might be fun to tell this experience in a way I might if you and I were sitting at a table somewhere, or perhaps around a small campfire, each with a can of beer in hand and chin-wagging the way a couple of old friends might. Because that is how I see you, as a friend who's keen to hear the words I have to share. Are you comfy? Drink ready and your feet up? It's time to grab our belt, swipe our card, and clock on for one final time. Actually, who am I kidding? There are several more projects in the works, including the Officers series I've mentioned before, as well as some introductions I want to share to a couple of inmates I haven't discussed before. If you don't know their story, let me promise you, they are guaranteed to make your skin crawl, shock you with their crimes, and leave you questioning how any human could sink to such low depths. I met each of them during my time inside, watching them go about their day and serving time in a place most call hell. It's time to go back, right back to where it all began for me. From the very first moment I saw the ad, to the decision that led me to follow the path, and to the eventual handshake that saw me getting screwed up for a stint in maximum security. But before I begin this journey, just a word of caution. I've always seen this book as more of a follow-on from the Prison Days series, perhaps as something more in tune to a final evaluation which serves to bring things together. Throughout the Prison Days series, I've shared specific events which occurred throughout the life of the prison. Some of these events have been turned into folklore by those working the floors of the jail, while other events have been stuffed down the back of the couch in the hope they never again see the light of day. This is the book where I share how the prison affected me and the discoveries which made me realize just how bad things really were. It is with this book that I hope to open your eyes to my own journey, not those of the prisoners I was tasked to watch. It's about the emotional challenge I faced from the very beginning, the hurdles set out before new officers, and the eventual events that turned me away. Specific events are not what feature in this book, but rather a gathering of challenges thrown at my feet, ones that often left me shaking my head. I hope you see this book as a companion to the main series. It is perhaps best described as the final word to the entire 12 preceding books, a way for me to tie everything up into a nice, neat bundle. Perhaps I should shut up now and lead you back inside, back into the halls where things may appear a little different once you see them through my own eyes. Welcome back to Maximum Security. Intro to Hell. How do you really know how far you can go if you never push yourself beyond the fear? I've been telling myself those words for a very long time now, and remembering them along the way has led me to some pretty amazing situations. I also believe that if I didn't take the plunge and pursue that initial interest in working in a prison, my author career may have never taken off either. There isn't a shadow of doubt in my mind that one decision enabled the other. The moment I saw the advertisement for the correctional officer position, a memory nudged me, one that I hadn't thought about in a very long time. It was that very memory from some 25 years before that had taken me down another path, a path that would eventually lead to a 20-year career and experiences most people cringe away from. So there I was, a young 21-year-old, with no job, no future, and even worse, no real goals in life. I had just been kind of floating from one thing to the next, never knowing where I would be from one week to another. This was long before the internet, mobile phones, and all the other incredible freedoms and technologies we take for granted today. I remember this event so clearly because it really was a watershed moment in my life. There I was, sitting on the dining table, going through my wallet, just kind of giving it a clean out. You know, getting rid of those pesky receipts we all think we need to keep for some just-in-case reason that never eventuates, sorting through the accumulated expired cards that find their way into our lives, such as bank cards and whatnot. It was when I took my license out that something happened. The funny thing is, there was no real reason to take it out in the first place. It wasn't due to expire for another few years, and it lived in its own little compartment. Perhaps I removed it to look at the face staring back at me, maybe to reflect on who that person had become, or where they were headed. The moment may have only lasted a few seconds, but when I went to return the small card back into its compartment, it slipped from my fingers, fell to the floor, and forever changed my life. That moment gave me a new purpose that I still believe helped to eventually lead me into writing. You might even call the moment a flip of the coin, with fate hanging in the balance on which way the coin would land. As it happened, the license landed face down, and it was that very moment when things happened all at once. Back in the day, licenses had a number of conditions printed on the back. Like G for the driver needing to wear glasses, or A for a driver only licensed to drive automatic vehicles. As I leaned down to pick the card back up, my eyes scanned across those very symbols, and I happened to notice one that I had never really paid much attention to. It was an I, and as I rose back up, license in hand, I saw the words driving instructor printed next to the letter. I'm not sure how long I sat on the table for, with thoughts of people teaching wannabe drivers. To this day, I do not know why I thought I could do that job, or why I would even want to try. Because I grew up on a farm, I'd been driving since I was around 11 years old, and have always loved jumping into a car and taking off. Did I have the same interest to teach people to drive? I still don't understand what came over me, but before I knew it, I had the Yellow Pages open, that timeless institute of the all-knowing oracle, and found a local driving school. I was going to find out how to get in on this job. The lady that answered was kind and sounded happy to answer my questions. No, you didn't need to do a course. Great, I didn't have the time or funds for fancy courses. The I was simply on the license as a placeholder in case that came to pass. All I needed was to be over 21 years of age, perfect, with me being 21 in 4 months, and have patience, as well as nerves of steel. But while she didn't have any jobs going, she did know a friend of hers who ran a driving school, and she just happened to be looking for someone. Less than 4 hours later, I was shaking the hand of a woman who was prepared to take me on as an independent contract driver, the way all the schools in the area operated, and set me up for a week or two of driving with one of her other instructors. So, why am I telling you all this when I'm supposed to be talking about prisons? Because it was that very decision, that very moment of me becoming a driving instructor, that led me to realize some spur-of-the-moment decisions had a way of leading you down some pretty eye-opening and exciting places. When I was sitting at home alone that fateful afternoon more than 20 years later, and an advertisement came across my computer screen asking whether I thought I had the nerves of steel to work inside maximum security, it reminded me of that long-ago day. I had been a driving instructor on and off for more than 20 years, taught hundreds, perhaps even thousands of students, and felt the incredible emotion of when each of them eventually passed their driving tests. There were hard times, frustrations, hell, even accidents. But the reward from watching each of them grow into accomplished drivers was beyond imaginable. I still keep in contact with a few of them even today. The moment I saw the ad for the job at the prison, that long-ago afternoon flashed into my mind, and I knew that the fear of the unknown wasn't a reason to pass this opportunity by. But let me explain something else. I'm what you might call a clean skin. The kind of person that simply lives life the way it's meant to be lived. I don't break rules, I don't take what's not mine, I don't do drugs, I'm just a clean skin. I'd never had a run-in with police, never been charged with an offense. I'd never known a single person who had been to prison. The way some described me was as someone from the other side of the tracks. So, why would I then go out of my way to try and get into a place many describe as hell on earth? I can't answer that, because, frankly, I don't know why I made the decision. It just intrigued me. I was bored with my current job, hated the 6 days a week, 12 hours a day, no weekends, It was stealing me away from my family, and it was stressful. The advertisement made the position sound sweeter than anything I'd ever read. While it was a 38-hour working week, you only worked an average of 3 days in 7. Eventually, I would discover that some weeks you might work 4, while others you might work just 2 shifts. I laugh at that now. A full-time job and working 2 days per week? What the actual fuck? The pay wasn't exactly exceptional, but when you considered all the time one had off, there was no reason why I wouldn't be able to pursue something additional while working there. I'd been studying a degree online and figured with all the spare time, I would be able to work my way through that even faster. The more I read the ad, the more it just seemed to sound right, and for some reason, I pulled the pin, hit the button, and sent off my inquiry. The first step in the process was to attend an information session. To qualify for one, I needed to send them my details so they could perform a basic background check. Given the number of background checks I'd had done as an instructor, this wouldn't be an issue. The email reply came to me the following afternoon, advising me that I had successfully qualified for an information session later that week. It actually arrived a lot faster than I had imagined, and already felt the nerves rise as I read the email again and again. "I'll always support your decisions. You know that," was what my wife said to me when I showed her the email later that evening. She was good like that. I already knew she wouldn't stand in my way. She never did. My dreams were my dreams, and she would help me as much as she could to achieve them, just like I did with hers. I spent the next couple of days unable to get the thought out of my head. Maximum security. Why the hell would I go for the worst one possible? Why wouldn't I try for something minimum and maybe work my way up? I knew the answer. In fact, had known it for a long time. Because I never do anything by halves. It's not in my nature. Either do it properly or don't do it at all. I'm a balls and all in kind of guy. The drive to the prison for that information session was probably one of the longest of my life. My insides felt as if they were tied in knots. Either that, or somehow I'd managed to swallow a boat anchor. My mind kept wandering back to all the TV shows I'd watched. America's Hardest Prisons came to mind, and for some reason, the one where Gordon Ramsay went into a British jail to help inmates cook. Go figure. The closer I got to the prison, the tighter my insides became, and, to be honest, I'd considered popping a U-turn at several opportunities. And yet, somehow, I continued on, as if unable to change my decision. It felt like I was on a roller coaster ride, and there was but a single direction to drive. It was late in the afternoon by the time I came over the hill and saw the first sign of the facility. It stood in the middle of a field, the high walls topped by some weird metallic pipe, perhaps 6 or 7 feet in diameter. Right from the beginning, it looked nothing like I had imagined. There were no watchtowers at each corner, no razor wire on top of the walls. Hell, even the walls themselves looked weird, just massive concrete slabs stacked side by side. There were dozens and dozens of skinny poles rising from behind those walls, and I initially thought they were cameras. I would find out much later that most of them were simply nothing more than lights. There was something else that came into view as I continued on down the road. It was one of the units, sitting ominously at the back and staring out to me with a weird kind of intrigue. It was as if I needed to know what was behind those windows, all the things I had never understood before. As I continued on, I drove down the hill, with the prison disappearing behind the high walls, until I flicked the indicator on and pulled into the parking lot. It was quite full, and I managed to find a spot right on the edge of one row, giving me a bird's-eye view of the front door to the place. There was a reception area and a giant metallic roller door to one side. After turning the engine off, I simply sat and stared. now in complete disbelief that I'd actually made the journey. How had I gone from sitting in front of the computer with the ad open before me to actually sitting in the car park and about to enter the beast itself? It felt like a haze of memories, and now there I was, ready to take the next step. The occasional officer came out from the front door, carrying a utility belt, and I tried to get a sense of their mood. To be honest, I tried to get as much information from the people and surroundings as I could, right down to the cars in the lot. As the time continued to wind down, the tighter my stomach grew, and I knew I had to make a move. If I didn't, I would probably have fired the car back up and driven straight home. Maybe I should have. But instead, I grabbed my keys, made sure I had the paperwork and identification in hand, and jumped out of the car. "Hi, I'm here for the information session," I told the woman behind the counter. She smiled, held her hand out, and asked for my ID. I handed it over, and she checked my details against her list. There was another woman sitting beside her speaking on the phone, while two more were processing others who I assumed were there for the same reason as me. "Did you leave your phone in the car?" I nodded. The email had said for us to bring in nothing more than our driver's license, email printout, and our car key. It was probably the first of many tests they threw out to see who could follow basic instructions. Funnily enough, the guy standing next to me heard her words and promptly excused himself as he held up his phone. The officer simply shook her head, and it appeared as if it wasn't the first time that had happened for the day. She gestured for my hand and then gave me a stamp, or so I thought. When I looked, there was nothing there, and without smiling, the officer said, "It's invisible ink, only shows up under ultraviolet." I wondered what would happen if I came back from the inside without that stamp. "Head over to the X-ray, grab a tub, and put in your keys, shoes, belt, and watches," another officer said to me. She pointed to where I needed to go next, and to say I didn't feel intimidated would be a lie. The other side of the tracks, remember? I waited in line with maybe half a dozen people and watched as each was handed a small tub for their belongings. They were all instructed again to remove watches, belts, and even shoes and add them to the container. I followed suit and waited my turn to be signaled through the small turnstile. Once on the other side, I was instructed to stand facing the officer with my arms held out wide. She ran a black metal detector called a wand over me, keeping it around an inch or two away from my body. She asked me to turn around and repeated the procedure. Next, I was handed my tub and sent to a small room where almost a dozen other people were putting their shoes and belts back on. It was a tight squeeze, but once finished, we were herded into yet another small room off the other side of the reception area. This one had different doors, with the windows looking much thicker than the ordinary ones. We must have sat in that airlock for almost 10 minutes, with more people joining every minute. It felt stuffy, with no airflow to help out. Eventually, the door was opened and an officer waved us through. The cool air rushing in felt amazing, and I imagined how a crook must feel coming through at the end of their sentence. We entered a vast open space with a long path before us. To our left and right, we could see the huge walls snaking around the outside of the facility, with us now on the inside. Things had just become real, and I'm pretty sure my butt puckered up in a way I'd never felt before. Several officers passed, giving us the kind of grin seniors would often give the juniors when they first arrived at high school. You know the look, as if to say, "Hey, check out these noobs." There were fences and gates and buildings spread out before us, and it was difficult to try and make sense of it all. The long line of prospects stretched out to almost 20 people, and the officer leading us eventually stopped by a door leading into a building that flanked the path. "Visit Center" was printed in white letters on a blue sign beside the door. The officer waited for the rest of the group to catch up, then tapped on the window of the door and peered inside. There was a buzz, a click, and then he opened it and stood aside, waving us through to the next chapter of our lives. At least for some of us, anyway. There must have been 100 or so chairs lined up before us, with a lectern at the front, a small projection screen behind it, and one-piece tables and chairs stacked up around the outside to make room for our seats. To the left was a raised U-shaped counter, with half a dozen officers standing behind it, each wearing the same grin as the previous officers we had passed. I could almost hear the words, "Hey, how you doing, noob?" While some of the officers were engaged in quiet conversation, us noobs walked silently to our seats, dropped into them, and barely moved for fear of getting dragged out. I could see the apprehension in the faces of those surrounding me, with my own inside still tightly knotted. This was where prisoners met those visiting them, with one end of the large area lined with vending machines. There must have been a dozen of them. Along the top of the walls, running the length of the room, were display frames holding printed T-shirts, each wearing a unique design that had been created by indigenous prisoners. There was a different one for each year, and as I gazed from one to the next, saw them go all the way back to 2004. The number of officers began to grow to maybe a dozen, and the first thing I noticed was that some wore different uniforms to the others. While most wore a white shirt, tie, and black pants, others wore what looked like tactical police gear. These officers wore blue vests that appeared to hold a number of weapons, such as ASP batons and OC spray, cuffs, etc. Those officers in blue also carried themselves vastly different to the rest, and I figured they were the ones who were sent in first when the shit really hit the fan. As if on cue with my thoughts, I heard a voice suddenly call something out on the multiple radios in the room, although I didn't make out what was specifically said. The rest of the officers did, however, and a flood of them suddenly poured out through the door beside the officer station. Within seconds, half the officers had disappeared. "That was a Code Alpha," a man standing to one side suddenly said. He was also wearing the blue uniform, but didn't appear concerned with rushing out. Instead, he took position in front of us and said, "Just waiting for the rest of the group. Shouldn't be much longer." Considering the hoops I had to jump through to get inside, it didn't surprise me to find that it took almost 40 minutes for the rest of the attendees to make it into their seats. By the time the same officer began speaking again, there must have been close to 70 or 80 of us, all sitting silently. I expected my nerves to subside, but they didn't. The officer eventually welcomed us to the prison and began his presentation. A lot of it was the usual spiel one expected, but there was one line that stood out, and for me, not in a good way. "It takes a very special type of person to be a correctional officer." Perhaps it was my sales background that irked me at that moment, because I had been trained to dish out those types of lines to customers. I wondered whether this was the kind of place where everybody was hired, no matter who you were or what your background was. That line just sounded fake, but I resisted the urge to leave and continued listening. He spoke about his own career inside, having worked as an officer for more than 14 years. When he explained the rostering system, several people shuffled around me, and I wasn't surprised. Hearing it didn't do justice to the revelation. It honestly sounded incredible, almost mythic. Just 3 days a week average, plus the option of overtime for more pay. Different areas of the prison also offered alternative rosters, such as the industries working a 5-day week, comprised of just 7 and a bit hour days. Those lucky officers started their shift around 8 in the morning and finished just after 3. Where had this place been all my life? I was busting my arse working 70 and 80-hour weeks, and here these guys were, working less than half that time and making more money. Once the officer finished his spiel, A suit-wearing man took center stage, introducing himself as the general manager. He spoke briefly about the prison, how long he'd been at the helm, and how he liked to run the place. It was brief, to the point, and he disappeared a couple of minutes later. Other officers also joined in, with 2 or 3 being fairly new themselves. One was from the previous intake, just 3 months into her career. She was a gray-haired woman of maybe mid-50s and spoke very highly of the role. She said that what she loved most about the job was the roster as well as the friendships. I wasn't surprised. Once the presentation was over, there was a brief pause as several of the officers murmured amongst themselves. I heard words like tour and escorts. We were about to get our first real taste inside, and I felt my stomach take a tumble all the way down to my ankles. Around me, people stood silently, their faces mirroring my insides. We were split into 3 or 4 groups, with 1 or 2 taken back out the door we came through, while the rest of us were shuffled out via the door the officers disappeared through during the code. On the other side sat a small holding room, with plain metallic benches lining both walls between the 2 doors. Through the next door was a room with a desk and a couple of smaller cubicles off to the sides. I would later learn that those were used as stripping rooms when processing crooks for the visit center. There was a final door to go through, and this one led back outside into a narrow corridor with a steel-railed gate on one side. One of our escorts opened that gate and ushered us through. "First group to check out Murray North," he chuckled. I didn't know what that meant, but knew we were about to be thrown into the lion's den. He led us up a long open-air corridor that was flanked by high fences on either side. These looked to be made of solid iron sheeting, with rolls of razor wire coiled along the top. This was it. This was the real deal. On the other side of those fences, real prisoners walked the perimeter. Or at least that's what I imagined. We reached another gate, and when this one was opened, we were confronted by yet another long corridor, although this one came to an end at the door of a unit. "Who's housed in here?" someone asked, and one of the officers gave another smug chuckle. "About the worst you can get. This is where those on punishment are sent. Think of it as the solitary confinement unit." To be honest with you, at this point in the tour, I had zero idea of what I was about to discover. I had no clue as to the layout of the unit, the number of officers manning it, the nightly routine. I was fresh-faced, clueless, and verging on puking from nerves. Okay, perhaps not quite that bad, but you get the idea. It was about halfway up that final corridor that I could hear shouting from somewhere over the fences. The words weren't exactly legible, but there was no denying that whoever was yelling them wasn't happy. A moment later, I realized that the shouting came from the unit we were approaching, and the person yelling wasn't just one, but many. The officer reached the door and looked back behind us, waiting for the rest to catch up. Before us sat a lit-up airlock, with the unit waiting for us beyond. I couldn't make out a lot due to the number of people standing around me, and so I simply stood waiting with the rest while the shouting from inside continued. "They're a bit lively tonight," the officer said, perhaps as a warning, then swiped his ID card along a scanner to the side of the door and pulled it open. He led us inside, then opened the inner door as well, directing us to stand before the officer station that was located a few feet from the airlock. Looking down at us was a single officer, standing in the station as the rest of the unit opened up beyond. I could see a computer, as well as some sort of console and a number of monitors with live feeds on the bench behind him. He was about to greet us when his previous vacant expression disappeared in a wide grin as the unit suddenly erupted from the dozens of cell doors that lined the far walls. There were 2 floors of them, with movement coming from behind the metal grates that were embedded into the bottom of each door. Crooks were screaming for our blood, begging us to come closer so they could fuck us in the arse. The echoes reverberated around the open space, deafening us as the sheer volume of abuse put a football crowd to shame. "What happens in prison stays in prison," one shouted. "Bring 'em here, boss," came from another. "Look at the tough guys," from someone else. There was abuse about our mothers, our wives, our appearance, about how they wanted us for the night. The same grin that the officer was wearing had also grown on those around me, myself included. It's hard to describe, but hearing those screams and the abuse within them, it had this weird effect on us, and the grins were some kind of reflex action. Once the inner door was closed and everybody was inside the unit, we were directed through a door to the side of the station, this one leading down a 50-meter corridor with cell doors running along both sides. Once everyone was inside, the door was closed, shutting most of the noise out. I stood near one of the cell doors and noted movement along the bottom. There was the same metal grate, perhaps a foot wide and high, set into the bottom half of the door for ventilation. A small trap door set just a little above halfway, and just above that was a flap covering a small viewing window. The movement was behind the grate. There was a woman standing next to me, and when a voice came floating through the grate, she began to grin. "Hey, miss, what do you want to do a job like this for? You're much too pretty to be working in this dump." A couple of others laughed until the officer came down and kicked the door. "Dog," came from the cell's resident. Our escort continued to explain the purpose of the unit, the kinds of prisoners held here, as well as the general duties performed by the staff. We all listened intently despite the distractions from the current tenants in the cells around us. When they too began to get louder and louder, with the noise in the small corridor beyond comprehension, we were first herded back into the main area of the unit, then out through the airlock. The screams of abuse, insults, and threats became more intense as the rest of the group finally exited, and closing the airlock should have silenced the unit. It didn't. As we continued our tour back down the original walkway, the shouting, although muffled, could be heard across the prison. I could hear others joining in, located somewhere beyond the fences that flanked us on either side. About halfway down the corridor, our guide suddenly stopped near a point where the fence on one side angled in towards the yard slightly before returning back to the normal run. It was only a slight deviation, but according to Officer Number 1, this was a well-known camera blind spot made famous by a couple of officers who decided to use the place for some late-night friskiness. He didn't bother waiting for questions from the audience and continued on towards the gate. Once through it, he led us past the door from visits we came out of earlier and took us around the corner and in front of another airlock. I could see some kind of medical area with a dispensing window, officer station, and a long corridor that sported posters advising you of the risks of unprotected sex, hepatitis, AIDS, and other diseases. This is where we bring cooks for their medical appointments, as well as after-hours prescriptions. As the airlock opened and I made my way through into the bright fluorescent light of the medical reception area, I saw a bunch of holding cells along one wall, each fronted by clear perspex windows. And for the first time in my life, I saw two actual prisoners, their indistinguishable green uniform pointing them out like great big neon signs. They looked back at us, 20 wide-eyed staring prison guard wannabes, probably feeling like a zoo exhibit. It would have been more fitting for us to go up and start pressing our faces against the glass. What struck me most about those two prisoners was just how normal they looked. No scars, face tattoos, yelling abuse at us the moment we arrived. They looked like two ordinary guys, perhaps in their very early 20s, who would have looked right at home in any number of professions. I don't know why, but part of me expected prisoners to start frothing at the mouth like rabid dogs, desperate to get their teeth into us and throw vile insults just because we were there. None of that happened. They simply sat and returned to whatever conversation they were having before our arrival. Our escort began to describe this part of the prison in more detail. It was at that moment that I had the strongest feeling that I would make it through the selection process, that one day I would be standing in this very spot while waiting for an escorted prisoner to receive their medication. I don't know whether it was a prediction or an epiphany, but either way, I guess I was right. We continued on down the hallway, passing several closed doors with labels such as dentist, after-hours nurse, examination room, and others. There was another locked door at the end, and when we were guided through, came into the prison's medical ward. It wasn't that dissimilar to a normal hospital ward, except that the doors to the rooms were locked, and each door had the same small trap door in the middle of it, these ones at face height. There were 2 officers sitting at the station, while several nurses in civilian clothing were sitting in their own station, this one sealed in with huge windows and a door that was split between top and bottom. The top half was pulled open, ready to serve as a dispensing counter. The nurses barely noticed us, but the 2 officers, both women, stood and offered us warm smiles, asking us questions about our reasons for joining up. Several people answered, and they nodded at each. "Just remember to have a thick skin," I remember one of them saying, the younger of the 2, lucky to have been pushing her mid-20s. What I found intriguing since coming into the place was the sheer spread in people. So far, I'd seen both men and women, aged anywhere from early 20s to somewhere on the far side of 60. There had been a mix in both white shirts and blue uniforms, and they really did look like a team. Many cultures and backgrounds were represented, and it just added to the appeal of the place. No matter who spoke, the first thing they mentioned was the working conditions, the amazing roster, quickly followed by the friendships one makes in the job. Part of me wondered whether it was scripted or genuine. I'd never heard of so many people loving their jobs so much. We returned back to visit shortly after thanking the officers for their input, resumed our seats, and waited for the rest of the groups to join us. The previous silence returned, and I don't know whether the rest of my fellow applicants were as excited as I was. All I knew at that moment was that I wanted in. It took the others another 10 minutes to return, and once we were all reunited again, we were given another brief presentation, along with a folder which held lots of information about the application process, the role, the conditions, remuneration, opportunities, and more. Finally, after almost 2 hours, we were thanked for attending and handed back to our escorts, who returned us to the front of the facility. Getting out was a lot easier than getting in, and after holding our wrists under an ultraviolet light and displaying the word visitor, we were pointed out towards the front door. The thought of rubbing the stamp off came back to me. We returned to our cars in silence, everyone slowly dispersing throughout the car park, snaking our way between cars and people hopping into random ones here and there. The night was quite warm, typical for February, and once I was safely back in my own, quietly sat for I don't know how long. I couldn't stop staring at the prison before me, the high concrete walls with a huge steel pipe, topping it like a giant snake reaching around the length of it. The reception area sat lit up behind the tinted windows, with a couple of officers working behind the counter. More officers exited the place, chatting enthusiastically to one another as another shift came to an end. I imagined that just the idea of being able to walk out of that place unharmed would be a feat in itself. The question finally came to me, the only question that really mattered. did I want to work in such a place? I knew it wasn't as simple as yes or no. There were things to consider, such as the threat of injury, or worse, the conditions, the mental strain. I had seen a single unit and a hospital wing, nothing more. What were the rest of the units like? Were officers seen as a valuable resource with safety at the very forefront of business? And then there was the location to consider. It had taken me almost an hour and a half to drive here. Not an easy feat considering there was a return journey to add to that. The decision may have been an easy one for a young single guy or girl. With virtually no responsibilities, climbing into a role like this may involve simply weighing up the financial rewards and time spent on the job to make a decision. But for a man in his 40s, a father and grandfather, also living quite a distance from the facility, there was a lot to consider, and I knew I needed time to think as well as discuss the opportunity with my wife. She was as much a part of this decision as I was, and things needed to be weighed up. It was probably another 10 minutes or so before I finally fired the car up and slowly pulled out of the parking lot. I had discovered what I needed to, had a tour of the place, and seen my very first prisoners. The officers who I had seen, both during the presentation and then out in the prison itself, all appeared to enjoy their roles, and it was something I considered in my eventual choice. I don't know why, but long before I reached home that evening, the decision to become a correctional officer had been made. The drive back wasn't too bad, with peak hour already dispersed. It gave me an hour of in-depth thinking, and as long as my wife was on board, I knew I would start the process the very next day. I had effectively taken the first steps towards my new career. Application process. Applying to work in a prison differed considerably from most other jobs people applied for. It wasn't just a matter of sending in a well-worded application letter along with your CV attached. This was an entire process that could take several months to complete. The talk between my wife and I began and ended the night I came home from the information session. Despite pointing out the risks of the job itself, she was happy for me to pursue my own ambitions and would support me no matter what. I love you, sweetheart. I sat down to type out my application letter the very next morning, finishing the first draft after almost an hour of bashing away at the keys. I then checked my resume, updated it to my current status, and added it to the pile. Next, I logged into the company's portal, found the application form, and began to enter my details. There were places to upload your official forms, such as birth certificate, driver's license, application letter, resume, and more. All up, I'd completed every bit of it within just a couple of hours, and by 11 that morning, hit the submit button. An email landed in my account less than 5 minutes later, and I remember thinking, geez, they reject people quick these days. Did I really expect them to accept some middle-aged, flabby guy to watch maximum security prisoners? Thankfully, it was just the auto-generated email to inform me that my application had been received. The message contained my ID number in case I had further questions, plus a brief message thanking me for applying in the first place. It also reminded me that the next part of the process could possibly take some time. One thing the email also pointed out were the subsequent steps I needed to complete in order for my application to proceed from one stage to the next. Again, this wasn't just some simple resume, send in, interview, handshake, congratulations kind of deal. There were a number of key steps to complete, and if you failed at any of them, the application process terminated right there and then. Talk about pressure. The first part of the process was the application itself. This was where I would be judged on my covering letter, employment history, and everything else employers look at. If I managed to get through this lot, which according to the email was around just 20% of applications, I would progress to stage 2, which was the police background check. That part of the process could take anywhere from a few days to several weeks, depending on how common one's name is, whether there had been a name change, and also whether there had been any absences overseas. If I get through the background check, it's on to the doctor's appointment and a check on my general health. This is done at my own GP and can be undertaken any time within 30 days of the application's send date. Once I get through that, I attend a GP of their choosing for a urine test and lung capacity check. This is an appointment that they book, which I will be notified of in due course. There's also an appointment with the police screening group where I need to have my fingerprints taken and added to the database. Only then, once I pass each and every step I just mentioned, am I invited in for that final face-to-face interview, the Mount Olympus moment where I get to put forth my case for wanting acceptance into their next intake. What I remember most about the application process was the waiting. Every morning I would wake up and check my email, anxious to find out whether I'd been accepted into the next stage. And every morning I would feel the same disappointment as nothing showed up. I was checking my emails before breakfast, after breakfast, during downtime at work, when I sat on the can, and most other moments where I had time for a quick peek. It was around 2 weeks later that I finally heard the first bit of news. I'd love to say it was good, but in actual fact, it wasn't really anything. The prison had sent me details on how to apply for a background check. I needed to use their form as they also covered the cost of it. Because the background check could take quite a few weeks to complete, they asked applicants to get things moving as quickly as possible. They didn't need to ask me twice. I had the form filled out and emailed back within 10 minutes of receiving it. The second I hit that submit button, the same feeling of impatience washed over me, and it honestly felt like one of the longest moments of my life. I think the worst part for me was that I absolutely hated my current job from the moment I sent that very first inquiry. Nothing I did could change my mind, working long hours under constant pressure when all I wanted to do was leave. It was around a month after the information session that things began to get a little more serious. By the 4th week of waiting, and me just about ready to scream at my current boss that I had had enough, an email came through advising me to go and get my doctor's checkup done. While it may not have been anything exceptionally exciting, it was another step on the road towards my possible new career. The appointment went off without a hitch, and the paperwork was soon back in the hands of the prison recruiters. To my surprise, things seemed to kick into a higher gear not long after that first appointment. Perhaps a week after sending through my doctor's report, I received another email that had me attending the Central Records section of the state police to have my fingerprints taken. Their office is located in the city and almost an hour's drive, depending on traffic. Because I had never had anything to do with the police before, there was no sign of me on their systems. I guess that was a good thing. My appointment was set for 11 in the morning, and there were already several people standing around. I went to the reception desk, handed over my ID and the email printout, then joined the rest of the folks waiting. As I sat near the back of the room, I could hear others talking to reception staff. This wasn't just for prospective prison officers. There were people having prints taken for gun license applications, as well as other job prospects, including the police. The guy sitting next to me must have seen the email printout I was holding, because he suddenly nodded at me and said, "Me too." "Prison job?" I asked, and he nodded again. He introduced himself as Chris, and after shaking hands, we continued chatting about what to expect. We didn't get a lot of time to talk, as his name was called a short time later. "Good luck with it," he said, as he stood and headed to where a cop was gesturing for him to follow. My name was called a few minutes later, and I followed the officer around to a machine that looked like something resembling a supermarket self-serve checkout. It had a display, a flat metallic countertop, and clear scanning window facing up. After punching in my details into the system, the officer confirmed that I didn't have any prints on file, then proceeded to show me how to place my palms flat on the scanner and hold still. To be honest, it surprised me, as I had imagined the old ink pad they always used on TV. Maybe I had forgotten which century I really lived in. The entire process took all of 2 minutes, and after making sure the prints were up to standard, the officer wished me a good day. As I walked down through reception, I didn't see Chris again, so continued back to my car. Another 2 weeks passed before I received the next email, this one informing me of yet another appointment. It was something I didn't think about much and may have even forgotten entirely. It was the urine test. Being someone that didn't do drugs, I don't even drink tea or coffee. Urine tests weren't anything I ever spent time on worrying. Why would I? The appointment had been scheduled for the following week, 10 in the morning. It was suggested I drink a couple of glasses of water beforehand to ensure I had sufficient urine to pass. Given the place I had to visit was a decent hour and a half away, I doubted urine flow was going to be an issue. The car park was fairly full once I arrived, much like my bladder, and the waiting room almost at capacity. The reception lady took my details, directed me to a water fountain in case I needed an extra drink, then asked me to take a seat. My bladder was already making itself known, and instead, I looked for a place to park my butt. "Hey!" a voice called, and when I looked, saw Chris sitting near the water fountain. It was good seeing a familiar face, and I dropped into the chair beside him. "Fancy seeing you here," he quipped at me, and we shook hands. There was a low buzz in the waiting room, and we chatted about the job while waiting. I wasn't sure what to expect, but Chris had experience and quickly dashed my hopes for an easy appointment without giving me the details. It was a urine test, and I expected to be handed a cup, sent to the bathroom, and given a few moments to produce. Is that how things panned out? No. That's a big, fat no. It was a few minutes later when an attractive young woman called out Chris's name with a warm smile. "Time to make it happen," he whispered as he stood and headed off. I watched until he disappeared, then patiently waited for my own name to be called. I didn't have to wait long. No more than 2 minutes later, an old woman called my name. I barely heard it because her voice was quite soft, but I acknowledged her and followed the lady through to a small interview room. Once inside, she asked me a few standard questions, then reached for a specimen cup which she handed me. "You ready to go now?" she asked. Since I hadn't had an opportunity for the past 2 or so hours, with my left leg furiously pumping, I nodded. My bladder was ready to burst, the pain in my lower abdomen feeling like a hot poker trying to push through. "Okay, let's go." I took the cup, then stood and was horrified to see the woman also stand. I took a step towards the door, and she followed me. Was she playing some kind of shadowing game? She must have noticed my curious expression because she briefly paused, smiled, and said, "I have to watch." When I heard those words, I think the floor must have moved, because I swear my legs froze. The pain in my abdomen intensified as my bladder sealed itself and threw away the key. Did she just say what I thought she said? I walked towards the door and to my horror saw the woman follow me, almost step for step. "Straight down and third door to the left," she said, and despite trying to increase my speed, she followed, matching me, as if she'd somehow hooked a finger into a belt loop on my pants and was hanging on for dear life. The bathroom had 3 cubicles, and as I chose the one to the left, turned to at least close the door for some privacy. I was positive the sounds alone would keep her entertained, especially with the sudden sensation that my back door had suddenly turned into a gas dispensary, eagerly waiting for the valve to open for some pressure release. "No, sir. I have to keep my eyes on you." 2 things happened at that moment, both perhaps simultaneously with the sounds of her words. The pressure in my butt increased tenfold, and I swear I needed to cross my legs in order for the clinch to grow tight enough to withhold the waiting explosion now laughing at me. And if that wasn't bad enough, my bladder packed it in, sealed itself shut, and gave me the finger. As I undid my fly and pulled old mate out to do his thing, I could not only hear the woman's breath just a couple of feet behind me, but I could also feel it on the back of my neck. As for my previously uncomfortable bursting bladder, it was going nowhere. So, there I was, standing in a tiled toilet cubicle with a small specimen cup in one hand, my dick in the other, and an old woman breathing down my neck, waiting for the familiar splish-splash to signal we'd struck oil. I really don't know which was worse. The fact my arse needed nonstop clenching to stop an excruciating fart from escaping, or the previously bursting bladder that had shut itself off and refused to provide even just a drop of urine. It was a checkmate situation, and I have no idea how long we stood there in complete silence. The slightest noise echoed around that cubicle, and I'm pretty sure I broke into a light sweat.
Finally, my dedicated urine watcher spoke and temporarily paused the torture. You can have another drink and take
10 minutes in the waiting room. 10 minutes in the waiting room? My bladder was ready to tap a new hole in order to release the pain, and she wanted me to take 10? Sure, thanks, was all I could muster. I made sure to zip up again before turning, then followed her back out into the corridor and down to the waiting room. Thankfully, there was no sign of Chris. My left leg continued to pump furiously, as if trying to run a one-legged marathon sitting down. I'm sure several people around me were watching the weirdo shifting his weight from one butt cheek to the other, and changing which leg he pumped to control the urge. I couldn't sit still. When the pressure became too great, I stood and walked to the door I'd been brought out of, frantically hoping for her to come. I was ready to give a sample, and if she wasn't going to show up soon, she'd have to squeegee the sample off the floor. "I'll just notify your collector," the woman behind the desk whispered, and I nodded my appreciation. Her hands moved epically slow, and I felt like screaming for her to hurry. This was an emergency, and I needed help now. My collector returned a minute later, a warm smile greeting me as she waved me through. I followed her back to the first room so she could collect the cup again, and once I had it in my hand, beelined it to the bathroom. Just as before, old mate came into the cubicle with me, and just like before, I unzipped in preparation. With dick in hand a second time, and a small target held precariously before it, I again did my best to try and relax enough to let through some of the urine. But do you think it would? Do you think I could manage to just squirt even the tiniest amount? Nope. Nothing. Nada. This situation was beginning to get embarrassing, and I could hear my cubicle partner begin to shuffle from side to side behind me. Something that refused to leave my mind was the thought that if I didn't piss in that cup, I wouldn't be advancing through subsequent sections of the application process. My trip was about to be cut short unless I made water in that container. I had to do it, and I had to do it right then and there. If I didn't, it was game over. Ignoring the increased pressure in my butt, I suddenly pushed as hard as I could, pushed like I never thought possible. There was every chance I was about to backfire out the rear end, and if I did, I would have probably apologized profusely. But there was very little I could do. My options were limited, and time was running out for me. Finally, the tiniest trickle began to flow from me. It was like a hallelujah moment, and once it began to flow, I had to increase my pushing to ensure there was sufficient. "Just half a cup is fine," the woman said, and I didn't stop pushing until I had managed that much. The weird thing was that I thought once the flow started, there would be no stopping it. I was still busting, the pain was still substantial, and half a specimen cup was nowhere near going to give me relief. But the flow didn't continue, and once I saw I had enough, the flow snapped off again, the pipes sealing themselves just like before. I replaced the cap and turned to hand the cup to the woman. My intention was to wait until she was gone, then finish the piss in earnest. I was still shocked at how I wasn't able to piss just because another person was in the cubicle with me. But rather than give me the opportunity to finish, the woman ensured my suffering continued for a few more moments. "You need to follow me back. This cup cannot leave your side until I've completed the test." Oh man, seriously? Yep, she was serious. I followed her back to the room, sure that urine was about to flow down my leg at any moment. We returned back to her room, where she took out a small testing strip, opened the cap of the cup, and dropped it into the sample. She watched as the strip floated around, and once she was satisfied there were no drugs in my system, released me back to the toilets. I ran down that corridor, didn't care what was in my way, and burst through the door with my arm held straight out like a football jock running through the crowd. Thankfully, there was nobody in the bathroom, and my dick was well out by the time I ran into the cubicle. I swear I must have pissed for at least a good minute and a half. It felt like forever, and if anybody had walked in at that moment, they would have found me standing in the stall with the door wide open, staring skyward and moaning as if it was the best feeling in the world. Perhaps it was. Perhaps someone even did come in and saw me. My attention was firmly fixed on my emptying bladder, and the rest of the world didn't exist at that moment. The relief that came with that bathroom experience was phenomenal, and I barely remember the lung capacity check happening moments later. It was a simple procedure where I was given a small face mask with a tube hanging from one end, while the other end was attached to a machine. After being instructed to breathe out as much as I could, the medical professional asked me to repeat the steps and then gave me the tick of approval. It was another step closer to that final call-up for the interview, and I barely remember the drive home after that appointment. All I could think of was the future and how much I wanted to get the next stage over with. But not everything was going to be smooth sailing. As the following days turned into weeks and I wasn't hearing anything from those making the decisions at the prison, I started to get concerned. Perhaps I had failed. Maybe I'd missed something vital and they had now decided against me and had already moved on. And then, to make matters worse, weeks of waiting turned into months. So, after holding out for almost 2 months, I finally built up the courage to phone through and ask the question. Imagine my relief when I was told that there had been a slight delay with the entire recruitment process. It turned out that the prison needed to change the intake date, which meant they didn't want to keep the selected people waiting for too long. Eventually, 11 weeks passed between the urine test and the email inviting me to come along for an interview. I cannot even begin to describe the excitement I felt when I read the words in that brief message, and I'm pretty sure I actually danced around the house, jumping from room to room with my fists pumping the air. The interview was set for the following week, and the email noted that I would be facing a panel of officers. While that did make me somewhat nervous, there was no other way around, which meant I either brought my A game to the table or I declined the invitation and moved on with my life. This wasn't the kind of job interview you gave half an effort to. I either went all in or quit now. The night before that interview was probably one of the worst sleeps in living memory. I tossed and turned all night, sleep refusing to take hold of me as thoughts of the day ahead kept playing in my mind. I was about to interview for a role as a correctional officer in maximum security. This was like the major league, the first grades, the top of the pops. There was a good reason why I was nervous. Finally, after several hours of tossing and turning, I managed to fall asleep. I'm pretty sure I was ready to leave home a good hour before I actually needed to go the next morning, and because of the distance I lived from the facility, decided to leave with more than enough time to spare. Had to be prepared for any event, yeah? Coming over that final hill and seeing the prison for the second time was mind-blowing stuff. My insides were knotted, my fingers were drumming nervously on the steering wheel, and a light sweat was already forming on my brow. This was it. This was the moment. Well, almost. Turned out that the drive-in went a lot quicker than expected, and I ended up parked and ready to go almost an hour ahead of schedule. But it was better waiting there in the car park than at home. The hour dragged. I mean, it dragged slower than you could ever imagine. And the entire time I sat there waiting, my eyes were glued on the prison sitting before me. Every so often, an officer would come out through the front door, and I would try to take in everything about them. Their mood, their uniform, any emotion I could detect. There were also the windows in the building itself, with shadows passing behind them occasionally. Soon, I would be somewhere inside there, faced with a panel of people, all staring at me and trying to make sense of who I was and whether I would fit their specific needs. I don't know how, but by the time the moment finally arrived, I somehow managed to drag my nervous butt off the car and walk inside. The experience from my previous admission repeated itself, with the same pat-down, wanding, and details given. But instead of being directed into the airlock, this time I was taken through a side door by an officer, then up some stairs and into a small, windowless room. There were already 2 other people waiting, and each stood when I came in. The 3 men introduced themselves, their handshakes all firm with good eye contact throughout. I took note to ensure I returned the same, taking care not to come off like a blabbering idiot the moment the first question was asked. While one wore a plain suit, shirt, and tie, the other 2 wore the same uniform I had seen during my information night, a white shirt adorned with company badges as well as a tie in company colors. But instead of a question, one of them made a comment instead, something I wasn't expecting. "Well, Pete, this one is wearing a shirt and tie. That's at least something," he said to the man in a suit next to him. His comment suddenly hit me. "Are you serious?" I asked, blown away by the sheer thought of what they were about to share with me. "Deadly serious," Suit Man said. "The last guy was wearing a singlet and shorts, almost tripped over his flip-flops on the way down the stairs. The guy before him wore a t-shirt with the sleeves cut off. He did have a lovely shade of blue in his hair, though," the one named Pete said. They were serious. I could see it in their faces. They had people go through the entire procedure and then turn up dressed as if they were on their way down to the sports oval for a kick of the ball? Why would anybody do that? The interview began in earnest with Pete going through a brief description of who he was and what he did. The other 2 quickly followed before they each began to ask random questions, most of which concerned my application, my own employment history, and how I considered myself suitable for the role. The personal questions were a lot harder than the subsequent ones, which involved testing my knowledge on the prison and the role itself. That had been something I could study for, but personal questions, not so much. What may have only been 10 minutes of me trying to answer those questions felt like an hour, with me trying my hardest to provide answers that didn't sound too over the top. I felt I really hit my stride when they began asking me about the role itself. For anybody reading this who's also thinking of joining the prison system, I found that through my research, there are really only 3 things the interviews wanted to hear from me when it came to how I saw the role. Those 3 things are perhaps the most important aspects of the role and need to be mentioned in one way or another. If you're taking notes, remember these. That's what I was told anyway, and they seem to work. The first is the safety and security of those within the prison walls. My job as a correctional officer is to ensure that the safety and security of the prison is upheld at all times, especially when it comes to staff. My number 1 role is to help keep myself and fellow officers safe. The second aspect of the role is to keep the prison itself secure at all times. This is achieved through monitoring prisoners and cameras, but also includes how you portray yourself outside of work. There are certain unwritten rules that you can practice in order to keep yourself safe as well as the prison secure. And that includes things like not advertising where you work, wearing your uniform outside of work, or highlighting what you do on social media. The third thing is to understand that my role as a correctional officer is to look after and ensure the well-being of the prisoners themselves. A very common misconception is that it's a prison officer's job to make sure the prisoners' lives are as miserable as possible, to ensure their punishment is as harsh as it could be. That's wrong. The prisoner's punishment is the incarceration itself. That's how the current system works, unchanged for a long time. Correctional officers have the task of ensuring the safety and well-being of the prisoners during their incarceration without prejudice. It is those 3 points I drop throughout the interview, and the panel all nod whenever I throw in a key word. They continue on with their questioning and eventually come to some basic and direct challenges for me to work through. The one that I remember the clearest is the scenario of the old woman seeing me at the shops and recognizing that I work at the prison. She tells me her son is in jail and needs to get him a note as she doesn't have any money for a phone call or a bus fare. Would I pass on the note? It seems like an obvious answer, but after explaining that I would instruct the woman to attend the prison and ask for the supervisor when she was able to, the panel tell me some of the past interviews actually failed all the questions. They indicated that they would pass on the notes, or keep the $20 they found by the front door, or favor one prisoner over another if they promised to be their friend. It didn't take me long to understand that this was the kind of job that attracted all manner of people, including those affiliated with the other side. There were a lot of notorious criminals behind the walls, many of whom remained in control of their vast empires, particularly drug dealers. Their influence over subordinates remained throughout their incarceration, and they could order anything from drugs to hits through a vast network of communication. I was eventually thanked for my time, given a round of firm handshakes, and walked back to the front door where others were already waiting for their turn in the hot chair. The interview felt like a haze, and as I jumped back into my car, found a lot of the questions already fading into the darkness. The interview went well as far as I was concerned, and now I was back in the waiting game, anxious for that one phone call or email that would be the final yes or no on this journey. It would be one of the longest waits of my life, and when it finally came, it promised to change my life forever. Meeting the Devil. I'm not sure how I managed to get through the waiting game, but the final answer didn't come through for almost an entire month. Each day dragged like nothing else, and I think my mind must have endured all manner of emotions during those long days of waiting. The final answer came through via email, advising me that I had been successful in my application and was offered a position on their very next recruit intake. What I remember the most is the smile that I couldn't wipe from my face for an entire week. I had made it, and the date had been set for when I was due to start classes with the rest of the successful candidates. Thankfully, it was only 3 more weeks of waiting until that fateful day. How do you prepare for a role you have absolutely no idea about? By adding to your fitness regime, yes, but what about the mental side of things? This was a role unlike anything I had ever encountered. I mean, there was nothing in my past that even came close to what I was about to go through. This was prison, an actual jail, with real inmates that had committed horrendous crimes, many of which I had seen on the nightly news. The days went by slowly, and as I waited, continued to set things in motion that would eventually free me up entirely. One of the best bits was when I gave notice at work, happily handing in my resignation. That was absolute gold and felt like Christmas morning. It was the night before the big day that was probably the hardest. My stomach had grown tighter over the previous few days, and nerves were definitely beginning to rise as I felt the adrenaline start to pump the more I thought about what was to come. The sleep that night wasn't the best, and by the time I woke the next morning, my head felt like it needed a clear out. But I jumped up nevertheless, got myself ready, and did what I needed to do in order to prepare. The drive into the prison wasn't too bad, as the start time was 7 that morning. I left home around 5:30, which meant a lot of the main roads were just starting to build and peak hour traffic was still a little way off. My stomach grew heavier the closer I got to the prison, with my mind playing out numerous scenarios for the day ahead. Because I had absolutely no idea about what was in store for me, I knew subconsciously that every scenario was just rubbish, and the eventual day would most probably turn out nothing like I imagined. But despite knowing that, my mind continued to run wild. Coming over the hill and seeing the prison lit up under the ever-brightening morning sky, my stomach just about dropped to the floor. The walls seemed a lot higher, the units a bit darker, and definitely a lot more ominous than what I recalled. This was my new place of employment, my new home for however long I could manage to hang on, and the beginning of something most people would never get to see. Once I parked the car and killed the engine, I sat and stared, watching as people came and went from the front door. The funny thing is, I could see the other recruits walking in, their anxiety and apprehension painted on their faces like war paint. Maybe it was the wide eyes darting furiously around as they made the journey from car to front door. The officers I could see looked a lot more relaxed, each carrying clear bags with their day's needs on display for anybody interested. After taking a deep breath, closing my eyes and praying for a good day, I finally climbed out of my car, locked the door, and made my own way inside. My legs felt weak as I noticed my eyes a lot wider than normal, taking in every tiny detail of what lay ahead, and as I walked through the front door for the very first time as an officer in training, felt my destiny take a new turn in the road. There were around a dozen people dressed in civilian clothing in the reception area, and after handing over my ID, signed my name in the visitor log, and was then sent to the back of the line to be processed in. I grabbed a tub, threw in my lunch, then removed my belt, shoes, keys, and glasses before sitting the tub on the conveyor belt. The X-ray machine pulled each in as their owners walked through the turnstile and subjected themselves to being scanned by the handheld metal detector. None of the officers processing were smiling, with each simply performing their duties and directing the recruits through the process. It felt a little like an airport, except the excitement one normally feels about the eventual destination at the end of the journey was replaced by a tightly knotted stomach and the fear of the unknown. It was like the first day of school, and my nerves returned with a vengeance as I stepped through the turnstile. It wasn't until we were eventually ushered upstairs into a vacant classroom that any of us began to introduce ourselves to those we were congregating with. Most of us looked out of place, wide-eyed, as we waited for the next stage. A uniformed officer finally came in and invited us to find our seats. He said they were still waiting for around half a dozen to turn up, and we were free to grab a coffee and chat amongst ourselves. With the significant process of gaining entrance into the place, it didn't really come as a shock to be waiting for people. Imagine my surprise when I turned back to the door and found Chris walking in. He saw me as well and immediately beamed a smile at me. Was this the beginning of some kind of bromance? Perhaps it was. We shook and began to chat about the usual stuff, the congratulations for gaining a spot on the course and whatnot. I could tell he was as nervous as the rest of them. It must have been at least another 20 minutes before the same officer returned, followed by a second one. They both greeted people as they made their way to the front before calling for quiet. The first introduced himself as Robert, our head trainer, while the second, our squad leader, was named Darren. What followed was a fairly standard sort of welcome you'd expect from any job. It wasn't until later that first morning when things began to take a vast detour from anything you'd consider normal on a first day of a new job. It was Darren who headed the class, while Rob took time to prepare for our uniform fitting later that day. Darren began to share more of his own history in the prison, himself a 20-year veteran. But it wasn't his own personal history that turned the room silent, with every set of eyes glued on him. It were his stories, the kind that made one's skin crawl when you considered them as taking place just a few yards from the building we now sat in. He began to share some of the prisoners he'd looked after during his time, in particular during the first couple of years of his career. We're talking high-profile names that during those years had been involved in what we now know as Melbourne's gangland wars. Darren described how his first unit had been Murray North, filled with the worst of the worst, and a unit that, back then, had been a terrifying place for prisoners. Back in those years, rules surrounding treatment of prisoners were vastly different, and it was nothing for an officer to dish out punishment whenever they saw fit. Beatings were normal, regular, and often brutal. He described how prisoners back in the day would physically break down and cry if they found out they were headed for the unit, with the reputation of the place well known to all. And the fear didn't just travel one way, with plenty of officers well aware of the dangerous surroundings they worked in. I couldn't imagine being an officer back then. It was already nerve-wracking enough in the current climate, but to work in those kind of conditions? Our class held 23 new officers, all itching for a career behind the walls. There were 6 women and 17 men, and it wasn't long into that first day before we found out more about some of the people sitting beside us. Just as expected, there were those who already had the connections in the place, which is exactly how they came to be at the prison in the first place. One of the ladies had a husband who was a supervisor, while another 2 ladies were personal trainers who had a couple of current serving officers as clients. There were a couple of real estate agents, a plumber, a plasterer, plus several other trades. And then there was John. I noticed him right off the bat. Perhaps the only one in the group that didn't portray any of the telltale signs of being new. He was quiet, kept mostly to himself, and only really spoke when someone else initiated the conversation. It wasn't until a couple of random officers came to pay us a visit that John's secret came out. Random guests had been dropping in for most of the morning, mostly just to say hi to the fresh meat that had been rumored to be starting their training that day. But when the last 2 entered the room and saw John sitting quietly near the back corner, they couldn't contain their excitement. "Oh my God, it really is you!" one woman cried as she ran up to him and threw her arms around his neck. He smiled politely, just the way he had since we all arrived, and the other one followed suit. It wasn't until the pair left a few minutes later that John finally told us what that was all about. This wasn't actually his first time in the prison. He'd worked in this very place years before, putting in a good decade before leaving to move temporarily back to his home country of Fiji. Given the way a lot of people continued to come in and greet him, we figured he had been a much-loved member of the team. It took all of the first morning for John to be dubbed the godfather of our group, with the consensus unanimous. He was our leader from that moment on, and despite looking as if he had no intention of accepting such a charge, we gave him very little choice. The day continued on as per normal, and by the time the clock struck midday, I was well and truly famished. It must have been because of how much my mind was working, with the flood of information endless. The sandwich I'd brought with me wasn't anywhere near enough, with no opportunity to get anything else. We returned back to the classroom 40 minutes later and resumed our first day's lessons. This time, Robert starting us on the road to understanding and appreciating our surroundings. I'd never found myself in a situation where I was called a goat fucker before, but it turned out that this lesson required it. Robert was talking about how someone could spend their entire life working on perfecting their craft and yet with the slightest slip-up be known for something else. In order to use an example to highlight his point, Robert looked around the room, found me, and said, "Hey, Simon, know how to paint a house?" I nodded, having painted several homes in my time. He continued on. "You might paint dozens of homes every year, and people might think of you as being an amazing painter. They might tell your friends to call Simon the Painter because you're so good." So far, everything made sense. And then, without warning, Robert turned back to me and said, "Hey, Simon, ever fucked a goat?" Laughter filled the room, and I wasn't sure whether it was the laughter or the question that got my cheeks burning, but I adamantly cried out, "No." But if you did, nobody would care about how good you were as a painter. They wouldn't care about a skill you'd spent decades perfecting. If someone caught you fucking a goat, even if it was just a little fuck, you'd be forever known as the guy who fucked a goat. It was certainly a strange way to make a point, but after taking the long way around and throwing in some humor for the troops, Robert made his point. A point I'm still trying to get clear in my own mind to this day. I think what he was trying to get across was that it didn't take much to ruin your reputation, especially in this place, regardless of how hard you work to earn respect. Screw up even just a little bit, and it would be an uphill climb to regain that respect. Both officers and prisoners had long memories, and they would always remember. The afternoon of that first day was completed with the team receiving our uniforms. Robert walked us down to the stores area as a group, an area located just outside the walls. It was where most of the prison supplies were delivered, with trucks reversing into a couple of loading bays with things like prisoners' shopping needs, as well as the day-to-day supplies for the rest of the facility. It took a couple of hours to get everybody fitted out, and thankfully, once we had our kit allocated to us, we were free to head home without needing to return inside. It saved us needing to be processed in again and made for the perfect place to end the day. While the day may not have been one of the longest, it certainly took it out of me mentally, with a lot of information coming at a great rate of knots. Both Robert and Darren warned us several times throughout the day that the next few weeks would be quite full on, and we should prepare ourselves in order to get through it. It was agreed among the group during the afternoon that our starting time would be moved from 7:30 to 6:30, to not only ease the burden on reception staff, but also decrease the amount of time we would be waiting to get processed into the prison. With a substantial number of fewer officers entering the prison at that time, we would race through reception in no time. The next morning was a much easier process, and by the time I reached my seat, found half the class ready to go, with the other half close behind. Both of our instructors arrived shortly after, and once everybody was happily seated with a hot beverage before them, another day began for us. It was Darren that started us off, warming us up with a story about how different the prison was now compared to when he began. He also gave a new recruit a welcome, the poor guy calling in sick on his very first day. The silence in the room as Darren spoke was eye-opening, with him holding our attention like a professional actor. Once Robert took over for a more specific class on more prison processes, we were handed our first round of questionnaires, several sheets that were stapled together and covered from front to back with multiple questions. While some were simple question and answer types, others were multiple choice. Some of the questionnaires were thicker than others, and each time Robert came around, he would drop off 3 or 4 more separate booklets to us. He also handed out a large A4-sized folder, which was almost as thick as a complete edition of War and Peace. The thing weighed a ton and was purported to hold all the answers to the linked questionnaires. I'm not going to go through each day of the training and bore you to tears with mind-numbing details of what we went through to get to the other side. The days were long, with some days so long it was difficult to remain awake throughout. Other days went by a lot quicker, especially the ones where we were out of the prison for practical training. Which brings me to a little reminder. Before you opened this book and lost yourself in the very first chapter, did you happen to notice what I had named this edition of Prison Days? I chose the name Screwed as a play on words. You see, prison officers are also called screws. That particular term came about for several reasons, and I'll let you Google those yourself, as they make for some interesting reading. And I thought it would create an image of me getting screwed up into uniform, training, and eventually turned into a fully qualified officer. Think of the term dressed up and you get the idea. But for me, screwed also holds a second meaning, one far more sinister than I was prepared to share during the original Prison Days books. Knowing what I know now, as opposed to when I first began my service, I'm here to tell you that I feel like I got screwed the day I walked into the place. Yup, screwed, fucked over, thrown to the wolves, call it what you will, but it still comes to the same point. More on this a little later. As the first days turned into weeks, the work continued to pile up, with each of the lessons thrown out to us in record time. There were dozens of subjects, involving such important lessons as rules, laws, procedures, safety, monitoring, codes, defensive tactics, and much, much more. The lessons whizzed by, with some barely allocated enough time to get through the actual notes. And how were the recruits assured they would pass every module? Why, by having the answers given to us, of course. For some of the questionnaires, Robert would simply leave the answers up on the board, have us write them down into the booklets, then collect them once we were finished. Oh, but that wasn't the kicker. It took me about 2 weeks to realize that not everything we were being taught was for our benefit. The questionnaires I mentioned previously, each one required no less than 4 signatures from us and 2 from the instructors. 4 signatures to acknowledge that we not only understood everything, but also completed each task. Whispers began to circulate amongst the group that this was how the prison management ran the place, with profit much more important than individual staff. It became a focal point for a few who understood the reasons for the signatures. Once you were out on the floor and you fucked up in a certain way, the company had your signature to prove that you were taught the information. Despite this blatant observation, nobody quit, with everyone agreeing that the information was right there in our folders. We were adults, after all, and if there were any specific points we didn't understand, we were mature enough to go and find the information for ourselves. While the realization left a very sour taste in my mouth, I knew I still wanted to continue and discover the job I had fought so hard for. Yes, it meant I was putting myself and perhaps even fellow officers at risk by not fully understanding every single step, but I wasn't the first to go through the training, and I certainly wasn't going to be the last. It was John that eventually set my mind at ease, telling me that the officers already on the floor would show us the way. He said that there were a lot of processes that didn't follow classroom procedures, and it was up to us to learn the ways of the prison once we were out amongst the wolves. A lot more information came to us before our course was over, including some pretty surprising revelations I didn't see coming. But those I will leave until a little later in the chapter. Some of that information changed how I saw the prison itself, and almost gave me cause to call it quits before I even began. There is a lot I could share with you about how we studied our butts off to understand everything we were required to know, but it wouldn't make for very interesting reading. It was a lot of details about how to run a unit, how to fill out paperwork relating to prisoners, how to communicate on the radio, and so much more. It was a lot of finer details we had to focus on before we could be handed the keys to the prison, and studying became an everyday occurrence. There were also self-defense techniques to learn, and a lot of us were looking forward to that side of the training as well. It was, after all, one of the key components of working in the prison. Or at least that's what we thought. During our 9-week course, defensive tactics made up exactly 3 days of instruction, with a 4th day of testing. And what I mean by defensive tactics is some simple hand-to-hand techniques we could use if faced with a confrontation. 3 days was never going to be long enough to learn the techniques, let alone remember them in the months to come. It became another situation where the instructors signed off on your knowledge once you showed you could perform a move. Or, to be more precise, they showed you how to do something, we immediately repeated it, and when we got it right, they gave us the tick of approval. The real kicker for me came when someone asked the question of how often we got to repeat the 4-day course throughout our subsequent service. The answer? A single day. Once a year. Just 1 day to revisit the things one learned throughout the initial 4 days. That wasn't training. It was just another case of management covering their butts in case shit hit the fan. Nobody would remember anything they learned a week after the course, let alone a year. And they called it training? This wasn't training. Training takes time, effort, needing to be repeated again and again until it became second nature. This was a case of show the moves once, mirror the action to prove you could perform them, and boom, there's your tick of approval. And what choice did you have if you didn't agree with it? You could leave. Nobody was going to leave. They had worked too hard to simply walk away from the opportunity, and management knew that. We were over a barrel the moment we accepted the very first interview. Like I said before, screwed. It must have been during our 3rd week of training that we found out about our very first shadow shift. This was the moment we left the classroom for a day and ventured into the prison itself. We were divided into pairs, then allocated to a specific unit, effectively handed over to the unit staff to do with as they saw fit. The other recruit on my team was a man named Henry Oldman. What can I tell you about Henry? That man had a superpower, I kid you not. Hands down, he was one of the most dedicated talkers I had ever met. I swear that he could hold an endless conversation while eating a large Big Mac meal from McDonald's without ever coming up for air, or pausing long enough to give you a chance to get a word in sideways while he continued on and on and on and made you feel as if you were about to die from old age because he'd taken so long to finish his point. The man could talk underwater, talk the leg off a chair, and still have breath for an extra point or two. Like I said, superpower. We were allocated to Tambo West, and on the morning of our first shadow shift, Darren walked a group of us around to our units, dropping us off to the waiting staff. It was around 7:30 by the time we arrived at ours, which meant the prisoners were still locked up from the night before. The officer that greeted us at the airlock of the unit was a man named Steve Brown, a 15-year veteran that had earned the respect of many of his peers, including Darren. After shaking with each of us, Steve led us inside, showed us where to stow our gear, then took us to the officer station located in the middle of the unit. This was my very first experience inside an actual unit. Unlike the night I had visited Murray North during the information session, this was a unit where prisoners were released from their cells for the duration of the day. As I stood in that officer station for the very first time, 2 things suddenly hit me right between the eyes. 2 things that really brought home the reality of where I was. First, this was a maximum security prison, and within 20 to 30 minutes of arriving, the prisoners would be let out of their cells and given free access to the unit. And second, the realization of where I fit into the picture. Think you know prisons? Watched a few shows and now have a fair idea of how they operate? I hear you, because that is exactly what I thought. I'd watched several shows, perhaps America's Toughest Prisons, one of the more popular. Sure, prisoners filled units, sometimes overcrowding, making things uncomfortable for the officers who were tasked with patrolling some of the units. But those shows that I'd watched, how the fuck did they get it so wrong when it came to the prison that I was about to work in? Those other officers, they normally carried a utility belt filled with all manner of tools and protective equipment. There was usually a baton of some sort, perhaps a canister or two of pepper spray, a radio, and maybe other items. What did we have? Henry and I had nothing, not even a radio. Steve had keys and a radio hanging from his belt, and when the other two officers allocated to the unit for the day showed up, they had the same. As for any forms of protection, none. I asked what kind of prisoners were held in the unit, perhaps expecting Steve to say that it was just a place reserved for those in for not paying parking fines or something minor. Typical mainstreamers, was his response as he continued to prepare for unlock. And what did that mean? Prisoners could be described and divided up in several different ways. For one, the prison held both sentenced prisoners as well as those on remand. Remand prisoners were those who were detained until the date of their trial or court appearance, held until their guilt or innocence had been determined and their subsequent sentence handed down. Our prison ran at around 70% sentenced to 30% remand. But crooks could also be divided up another way, based on their individual circumstances, those being protection and mainstream prisoners. Protection prisoners were various types, mainly those who'd committed a type of crime which would see them hurt by other prisoners if they ever came face to face. Sex offenders are all too common, especially those with crimes against children. Protection prisoners were also those needing segregation because they gave information to officers or ratted someone out. Then there were those with drug debts or other points of differences. Transsexuals were also held in protection for their own safety. The mainstream population was everybody else, from murderers, armed robbers, drug dealers, right down to the guy who was on remand for unpaid parking tickets. Mainstream simply meant you didn't need protection. Both sentenced and remand prisoners lived in mainstream units, and the only way to tell them apart was to either ask or check the muster sheet, and asking wouldn't be your first choice. Now that you understand which type of prisoner was held in the unit I now stood in, understand something else. In the shows I'd watched on television, officers were normally assigned to a safe area, either behind bars or safety glass, with prisoners going about their business on the other side. Sure, the officers would perform random patrols at times, or enter the main area to perform certain duties, but for the majority of the time, they would monitor the unit via cameras. Not here. The cells in this unit ran along the outside walls, 2 floors high. In Tambo West, approximately 70 prisoners called this place home. The so-called officer station was a raised platform that sat bang in the middle of the unit's common area. There were no bars, no safety glass, no cage to keep us safe. A counter curled its way around the station, with just a simple half-sized swing door keeping the prisoners out, the kind anybody can walk through or even step over if needed. If things went pear-shaped, it was around 5 meters from the swing door of the station to the airlock, and the prisoners outnumbered officers by about 20-1. Steve told us that if the prisoners wanted to take over, they would, with very little resistance. It was Steve that also told me something that very morning, something I have never forgotten. The prisoners decide whether you go home at the end of your shift. They were such powerful words, and I cannot begin to count the number of times I've repeated them to both myself and other officers who would eventually shadow me during their training. Henry and I remained in the station as the three officers continued to prepare themselves for the eventual unlock. Two of them grabbed the muster sheet and began the morning's trap count, with one holding the muster board while the other unlocked each trap and counted the prisoners inside. They first worked their way along the bottom tier, then climbed the stairs to the top. After 10 minutes of counting, they returned to the station and tallied their number. At around 7:45, Control called over the radio for count to be called through via the phones. Steve did the honors, then sat back and waited. Just before 8, Control announced count correct, and the same two officers left the station a second time. One took the bottom tier, while the other climbed back to the top. They unlocked each cell door in turn, going from one to the next in rapid succession. They didn't bother opening the doors, simply unlocking the handles, then moving on. Soon, crooks began to emerge from the cells. First a random one here and there, soon followed by more. It didn't take long for the low buzz of voices to rise into a loud chitter-chatter as everybody began to go about their normal morning routine. Most made their way to the toasters, to the hot water urn, while others took their washing bags to the laundry. Several came to the station, and before long, our three colleagues were busy on different tasks. I'm not sure what shocked me more: the mere sight of dozens of felons walking just a few feet from me without any way of protecting myself, or the fact that they looked so normal. There were convicted murderers amongst them, but there is no way you could have picked them out. The crooks all looked like average people one might find down at the supermarket or dropping their own kids off at school. Most wore the standard greens the prison issued them: emerald green sweatpants, t-shirts, jumpers. But there were many wearing white t-shirts and black shorts, which were allowed to be worn by those who either purchased them through their canteen or had their relatives drop them off. There were a couple of crooks getting around with facial tattoos, and they looked scary as fuck, angry scowls adding to their intimidation. Henry and I remained standing in the station like a couple of goofballs. That was until we had our first ever customer roll up. "Grab a request form, please, boss." There I was, a mature man with a family, an extensive employment history, plenty of life experience, and yet there I stood, a nervous statue that would have jumped 3 feet in the air if someone had grabbed me on the shoulder at that moment. Hell, I probably would have pissed myself for all I knew. When that first crook spoke to us, it honestly felt like all eyeballs turned on us to see what we would do. "Yeah, no worries," I finally said, and found the form sitting in a pigeonhole near the corner of the counter. "Thanks," the crook muttered, taking it absently and walking back to his cell. The thing is, those eyeballs really did turn on us. Lots of them. Because prison time is a long time, and crooks have a lot of time on their hands. They know who comes and goes from the unit. They watch the people strolling past the unit perimeter daily. They get to know officers' faces pretty quickly and recognize new ones almost instantly. That, and our shiny new uniforms, were all that was needed to highlight us. We were something different in their day, hence all the attention. It really wasn't that difficult to spot newbies, not when you consider that 2 of the 3 other officers that morning were wearing their white shirts with a generous amount of yellow aging on them. With our fresh shirts on, standing next to them only highlighted the fact even more. "You guys new?" someone finally asked as they dropped an envelope into the unit's mailbox, which was built into the side of the station. Yes, it really was that obvious, and we had nowhere to hide. We needed to engage and show that we weren't afraid, otherwise we would become targets. Or, at least, that's what we'd been told in class. And that was just the tip of the iceberg when it came to advice. There was a lot of it, and that is where we're headed next. Advice to live by. Working in a prison is vastly different to anywhere else on Earth. No, Not just vastly different. That would imply that there were similarities. Working in a prison is comparable to discovering life on another planet and applying for a job there, having no idea of the language, laws, affiliations, slang, and more. For me, that's how starting this job felt. There were so many unwritten rules to remember and follow that for most of the time during our training, we were shitting ourselves for fear of forgetting any of them and ending up in a confrontation because we'd insulted someone or crossed a line. And of course, nobody spoke of that fear because that would show weakness. Never call someone mate when you speak to them was probably one of the first things we were told on day one. When you address them, never use mate or pal or bud. Why? Because what you might get in return is a crook screaming that he isn't your fucking mate. Have you ever had a job where the workers tend to have a real us and them mentality when it came to employees and managers and supervisors? Take that to a whole new level, and you might get a sense of the division between officers and inmates. This place takes us and them to the very extreme. If I had to describe it in real-world terms, it's perhaps similar to how the North and South Koreans view each other across their mutual border. The animosity, the sheer loathing one has for the other, it's somehow built into their very being. How you address the prisoners is crucial, and perhaps one of the first things you want to get right. It was quite difficult for me, because I had the unfortunate habit of calling everybody mate, and I mean everybody. So what I did from the very beginning was exchange mate with man. Yeah, man. Rolled off the tongue just as easy, and whenever the crooks approached me that very first day, that was how I answered them. But how one addresses them is just the beginning of the unspoken rules, with many more to learn. Don't stare at them was another one. Standing in that station the first day, it was hard not staring. Some of these blokes were hardened criminals, people I had never crossed paths with in my life, which is one of the exact reasons you needed to watch them. Piss bombs, shit bombs, and flying missiles were a reality of life in prison, and turning your back on them put you up as a potential target. While most of the crooks looked at Henry and I with some kind of intrigue or curiosity, there were also those that simply glared at us, as if we were a piece of shit they just stepped in. I could see the hatred in their eyes, and didn't doubt them capable of launching a bottle of water into the back of my head if given the chance. Give them only what they're entitled to, came back to me as a prisoner asked to use a pen to fill out a request form. Henry pulled one from his pocket without hesitation, and then stood dumbfounded as the crook snatched it from his fingers and headed back to his cell without even a thanks. Maybe that wasn't such a good idea, he muttered under his breath as he looked at me. The thing is, there's another rule that comes to mind when thinking of giving them only what they're entitled to, and that is, treat everyone the same. This was also something highlighted to us on day one, and for very good reason. Like I said before, prisoners have nothing but time on their hands. Time to think, time to exercise, time to write, time to ponder their future, and time to watch us. Watching us is a big part of their day, because for many of them, we are the toys. We are their primary source of entertainment, and working us out is all part of their game. The crook taking the pen from Henry without thanks, that was a test to see how he would react. There would be more tests, not just today, but in every new unit we step into. They want to know what we bring to the table. And why, you ask, is that so important? Because they want to see how far they can take it before we bite back. What they're looking for are mules. Whenever a new officer is assigned to a unit, the population will spend days and weeks probing that officer, perhaps even taking months. They'll ask a random question here, another there, and for the most part, they won't seem linked. The question might even come from several different inmates. But what they do with that information is feed it back to a single source who will keep tabs and start building a bigger picture. What they want to know is who you are, where you live, whether you have a family, whether you have a weakness, things they can use to their advantage. It might begin with the obvious things. A wedding band is a classic, instantly telling them you have a significant other in your life. That may also mean children. Your body shape may signify that you love food, are lazy, love to work out, go to the gym, stay active by playing sports. They will watch how you interact with other officers, try to see if you have any issues with any of them in particular. It's easy to manipulate officers who have issues with each other. This is where they might find it fruitful to pursue officers deemed as quiet or who isolate themselves from coworkers. Then there are the simple questions, or the small comments they pick up. They come to the station when officers are talking amongst themselves, hoping to pick up some minor clue that adds to their picture. How shit was traffic this morning? Bloody accident on the freeway. Sound fairly innocent? But what if the prisoner knows which freeway the accident was on from news sources, or even the radio? Now they know which direction you live. The following week, someone might mention a house fire, or some other event in their suburb, or something happening at their kid's school. They drop little hints, and those little hints form a story which the prisoners begin to build up into a picture of you. "You live close by?" Henry asked Steve during that first morning, and when Steve simply looked at him, Henry didn't pick up why. There was a crook filling out a form on the counter, and only once he handed it back to an officer and left did Steve point out the obvious. "Not a question to ask while crooks are around," he whispered, then looked up to where two more prisoners were leaning on the guardrail of the second-floor tier. They were close enough to spit on us, and Henry nodded. The last thing we want is for them to know anything about us. The less information we give them, the better. Unfortunately, not everyone will feel the same way, and on those officers, the crooks will pounce, using all the information they accumulate to turn them into drug mules, or worse. The point is, we consider anything and everything about our personal lives as out of bounds while at work. There's no reason to bring it up. A lot of folks change their names on social media to throw those searching for them off the trail. Every small step can help protect us and our families. There was a moment of panic for me at one point. This happened around a month into my prison career and involved my youngest daughter, aged just 10 at the time. She came to greet me one evening when I came home and shared an interesting story from school. "Daddy, my friend's dad is also at your prison," she proudly said. "Oh," I answered. "Which one?" "Shayla." "That's cool. Is he an officer?" "No, he was naughty and was sent to jail." Something cold and heavy dropped into the pit of my stomach, and I swear I was speechless. The reality of where I worked really hit home at that moment, and it was then that I brought all of my children together and explained the need for them not to share where I worked or what I did for a job. I asked them to just say, I worked in long-term accommodation. I wasn't really lying. If our friend went for a visit to the prison, told her father about her friend's dad, and someone else overheard the conversation, it could quickly spiral out of control. It wouldn't take much for some pretty questionable people to know where an officer's child went to school, including her name, siblings, and more. In a way, the prison and its inmate population had just landed on my front doorstep, and the implications had shocked me. It was perhaps one of the more confronting rules I had learned, maybe due to that one proving itself to me personally. Information is worth its weight in gold behind bars, and it was the one thing I became super conscious of. But information about officers isn't the only kind worth noting, with loads of hints and tips to live by. While an officer's handbook on surviving prison may not exist as such, It damn well should, given the amount of guidance new people in the job need to know in order to make it safely through their day. When I mentioned treating every prisoner the same earlier, there's another side to that specific advice. It's more about how you treat them in a one-on-one situation. You see, not all officers are mentally strong. They may cast a shadow larger than Arnie himself, but that could just be a thin veil to hide the fear lurking inside. This is something that quickly shows up when needing to confront a prisoner. Being mentally strong will allow an officer to deal with all prisoners, regardless of their size, strength, stature, or appearance. Weak-minded officers, or those who struggle with inner fear, will find themselves fearful during those confrontations, and it's something the prisoners will quickly determine. They will create some sort of confrontation or situation where an officer will need to step out of their comfort zone to follow something up. One example of this might be a prisoner wearing a hat inside the unit, or perhaps not wearing a t-shirt. They will do one or the other, ensure a new officer addresses the issue, then ignore the instruction and watch for the consequences. I've seen this many times and had it happen to me dozens of times. If an officer backs down and ignores the challenge, then they will face even more issues as prisoners will quickly learn from that first test. Eventually, they will take things further and begin demanding those officers start handing things over, effectively turning them into their own personal smugglers. There are also those officers who don't mind challenging the smaller prisoners, but tend to shy away from the bulkier ones. Again, this is something that doesn't take prisoners very long to figure out. Like I said, if you know you have a weakness, no matter how small it might be, you better have the balls to pretend, because the crooks will see through your facade. Continuing on with a couple of small rules that everybody should heed. These were told to us by the unit staff during that first day. Firstly, they advise us to be careful when walking under the balconies of second-floor tiers. Those tiers overhang the ground floor common area around the perimeter of the unit, protruding out around 6 feet or so. One needed to walk under them in order to access the ground floor cells. So why would you need to be careful when walking under them? Prisoners clean their own cells, some on a daily basis. This involves both sweeping and mopping the floors. It wasn't uncommon for the water to spill out onto the tier. There was also the tier billet, whose own job was to keep the actual tier clean. He would also sweep and mop the floors of his allotment. All of this mopping leads to water dripping over the top tier walkway's edge. Officers who became used to the dripping would often not even notice it and simply go about their business as they walked underneath it, perhaps conducting cell checks and tier walks. Unfortunately, that dripping wasn't always water. Crooks would occasionally take a piss and let the urine drip down onto the heads of unwary staff. The crisp white shirts would sometimes appear to have faint yellow spots over the shoulders by the end of the shift. In other words, don't walk under balconies, and if you needed to, take care to avoid the drips. Speaking of top tiers, it was also highly suggested to avoid grabbing handrails whenever taking the stairs. Not unusual to find shit smeared along them, or snot and spit, or perhaps a juicy green loogie. Handrails were definitely off limits at all times. There are more rules, of course, but the one I want to finish with is perhaps the biggest one of all, and one I really need you to think about if you ever consider working in corrections. I know from the loads of emails I receive from readers such as yourself that quite a few plan on joining up in the near future. This rule is about having a thick skin. There's a saying we use, not just in prison, but also in day-to-day life. I'm not sure whether you've heard it before, but it goes like this. It's all water off a duck's back. If you've never heard of it, or don't quite understand the meaning behind it, here's a quick explainer. A duck's feathers have an oily coating that prevents them from getting wet or absorbing moisture. If you throw water at a duck, the water will slide off without so much as a drop remaining behind, leaving the duck dry. A lot of what happens in prison is described as water off a duck's back, or, in other words, don't let it affect you. Sadly, the saying is used way too freely by staff and, in a lot of situations, almost replaces people's moral compass. Cop a mouthful of abuse from a prisoner standing in a window as you walk past a unit, water off a duck's back. Escorting a prisoner down a hallway, and a passing crook whispers the word dog as you pass. Water off a duck's back. Prisoner gets in your face for something another officer told them. Water off a duck's back. You following orders by locking a prisoner down and they turn on you. Water off a duck's back. The thing is, though, it's not always insults from prisoners. It's not always threats and abuse from the crooks in the facility. A lot of the time, the line is crossed by the staff standing beside you, the officers wearing the same uniform as you, and it's not always straight-out insults. The amount of racism I witnessed on the job came as quite a shock, to be honest. It reminded me of something you might have seen during the 1960s, but today? Hadn't we grown beyond that? If it had all been from the prisoners, it might have been considered normal. But the majority I saw came from the officers. It was as if the outside rules didn't apply in here, and it didn't stop with racism. Sexism was beyond ridiculous. Strangely, I didn't notice it until almost 18 months into the job. I only found out about it after being partnered with a new recruit for a night shift, and she told me how bad it was. During her first 2 weeks on the job, she had no less than 40 men and a couple of women hit on her through Facebook. Half of them were married, and all of them were determined, with some of the messages just outright requests for sex. This new recruit was in her mid-50s, and when she was sharing the details of this, asked if I had heard about the 3 women on her course who lasted less than a week out in the jail, with another one making it through to her first shadow shift. That poor woman had managed to get through 4 weeks of training before the repeated messages became too much. I was shocked. The female officers working beside me endured hundreds of inappropriate messages from male counterparts, supervisors, and even managers. Again, it felt like I had somehow found a job in the Twilight Zone, where the rules of the outside world didn't exist. Water off a duck's back is how they were told to deal with it. If they couldn't handle those types of confrontations, then perhaps they weren't suited to a job where confrontation was part of the daily routine. The training department took this part of the job quite serious, and it was one of the biggest tests all recruits faced. As part of that training, all of us were put through a few rigorous role-playing sessions, including a final assessment that determined whether you made it through. I'll never forget this part of the training, perhaps because it was one of the more confronting activities we undertook before we were released on the prisoners themselves. Our normal trainers were replaced by a couple of experienced officers, one of them part of the tactical group. Role-playing scenarios were confronting to say the least. Not only were we stood individually front and center of the entire class, but were then subjected to some totally random confrontations that could involve literally anything. The first one we ever saw happened to Chris, the first of us to endure the process. The 2 officers conducting the training had pulled themselves aside and conferred silently between each other, and once they came up with a scenario, returned and told Chris to be on his guard. One of the officers pretended to be working in the imaginary unit station, while the other officer took on a role of a disgruntled prisoner who had just returned from a visit. The way that second officer took on the role of a crook was a performance worthy of Hollywood. It was as if he became a prisoner for real. He began pacing back and forth, his fists repeatedly flexing beside his legs. His face grew red, and the man kept muttering under his breath. Chris was tasked with approaching the mystery situation and dealing with it. That was it. No specific instructions, no hint at what the situation might entail, just, "Go get 'em, Tiger." He asked the pretend crook what was wrong, but received no answer, the prisoner pacing back and forth in frustration. Chris asked him again, and the crook told him to fuck off, whispering the words in a venomous snarl. Chris tried to ask a few times, but was met with the same response, the words growing more threatening each time. We could see from Chris's expression that he was completely lost in how he should be dealing with the scenario. Eventually, the role play was called off and the floor opened up for how the situation should have been dealt with. The right answer came from several people, with most suggesting the crook should have been locked down in his cell at the very least, perhaps asked to take some time out. It would have been more beneficial to ask the crook what was wrong once isolated in his cell for two reasons. The first is, most prisoners don't open up in front of other prisoners. For many, they have a certain image to uphold, and showing any sign of weakness would damage their reputation. Remember, this isn't a place for weakness. Showing weakness of any kind is a good way to get hurt. If you wanted to know what was wrong, you first needed to separate the prisoner from prying eyes without making it obvious, such as his own cell. The second reason to escort him back to his cell is to isolate the danger. There could be several reasons for the prisoner's agitation. He could have received bad news, broken up with a significant other, or any other number of possibilities. He might find himself unable to control his anger, and if he lets go, might target that anger at an officer or another prisoner. Isolating him is the best option. My first roleplay was a crook laying in his bunk and needing to be escorted to admissions for an early morning court trip. I was the night shift officer tasked with getting him to where he needed to be, only he wasn't ready. "Philip, I need you to get up and get ready, man. You got court." "Fuck off. I ain't going," was the response. "I understand that, but I still need to take you. Come on, man, get ready." He looked up at me, glaring with evil. "I said fuck off, dog." I wish I could say I did a great job that first roleplay, that I shone with knowledge and killed the scenario. Truth is, I failed. I blanked out completely. Much like Chris, we just ended up in a back and forth that didn't really go anywhere. Eventually, the scenario was called to a close and the floor opened for the crowd to discuss. In the end, it was agreed that the simple answer was to simply tell the crook that it wasn't up to me to determine whether he went or not. My words should have been, "All right, Philip, I can't tell you what to do, but I will need to get the supervisor down here to deal with you, and I can tell you now, he's not going to be happy. Last chance, man. Either come now or wait for the soup, who will probably just drag you there." In hindsight, it's funny to recall that day, because the amount of times I faced that very same situation for real is beyond comprehension. I'd guess at around 2 or 3 times per week. It's common, and that very response works almost 90% of the time. The ones that still refuse, well, they end up dragged most times. The role plays were intense, eventually turning into pretend screaming matches between the officers and the poor recruit needing to assess the situation. It was confronting to say the least. And what made the situation worse was the fact that role plays were also scheduled during our final week of class, used as one of the final assessments. We would gain some more insight into the job with subsequent shadow shifts during the final few weeks of training, 5 in total, including 1 during the first part of night shift. During that particular operation, we were teamed up with night shift pairs, then sent off to conduct unit searches and after-hours escorts. It was another part of the initial training that I really enjoyed. Then, there was also the early morning unit search we assisted in. This was during week 7 of our course. We were required to turn up for work around 4 that morning and to be ready to go by 5. We would help the tactical squad, or TOs, with an entire unit search, including upending every single cell in the unit, as well as strip searching each prisoner. What strikes me as particularly funny is the way each new experience in this place as a way of returning one right back to day one. I mean, yes, you do have somewhat of an extra bag of confidence on your back, but whenever something new is thrown your way, it all seems to fly out the window. I can only speak for myself here, obviously, but I'm not kidding when I say that when I walked into the unit that dark and miserable morning, it felt like the first day all over again. Sneaking. That's what I remember the most. There must have been close to 50 of us combined, those in my training class walking behind the tactical officers. Each gate we walked through was opened as quietly as possible. Metal gates, metal keys, and a long fence line meant noise traveled hundreds of meters in every direction, and all it would take was for one single crook to look out of their cell window and raise the alarm. And that was a real possibility. As we came to the yard of the unit we were about to search, we stood on a path in plain view of around 8 separate units. That meant we were visible to more than 500 prisoners, and if any one of them happened to look through their window at that moment, they would have raised hell. It's not uncommon for crooks to call out to each other across yards at the best of times, and raising the alarm for an imminent unit search would be done in a heartbeat. Lucky for us, we weren't seen and managed to make it all the way into the unit. We must have been quite a sight, 50 people, all slowly creeping through the night towards a darkened prison unit. The silence felt thick with tension as us trainees stood back once we got into the unit, while the search supervisor gave some last-minute instructions. Tactical officers began to disperse around the unit, gesturing for specific trainees to follow them. They were spreading themselves out to as many cells as possible so they could catch the unit by surprise. Everybody knew that the second the first cell was cracked, the entire unit would be aware of what was happening, giving those holding contraband a chance to get rid of it. A lot of toilets would flush, as well as assholes lubed up the second the first crook cottoned on to the search. The tactical officer's supervisor held a list of specific cells which they had received intel on, and those would be hit in the opening salvo of the morning. There must have been around a dozen cells with officers standing beside them. The soup held her hand up with all eyes trained on her. I had been allocated to a couple of tactical officers standing beside a 2-outer cell on the bottom tier. The names on the door didn't mean anything to me. I was nervous standing there waiting, with the silence of the unit somehow making the situation so much more unsettling. The second the hand was dropped, a dozen keys turned in a dozen doors, with light switches turned on and dozens of officers entering the cells in numbers. It didn't take but a second before we heard voice calling that a search was happening, quickly followed by other voices goading officers. "Piss the bed, did ya?" someone called out from just above us, while someone else threw in a, "Look, it's the mud patrol." My partner, a guy called Tom Hellman, stood just behind me as we waited for the tactical boys to do their thing. One of the crooks was handcuffed, then escorted from the cell and stood on the other side of the door. The remaining tactical officer called me in and asked me to perform a strip search on the crook. Technically, it was my very first strip search, and I was packing shit. The crook stood a good foot above me and built like a proverbial horse. He was huge and didn't take kindly to being woken up at such an ungodly hour. I took front and center in the tiny cell, with the TO standing right behind me. "Shirt," I said, perhaps a little too quietly, and the crook told me to go and fuck myself. The TO didn't hesitate, stepped around me and fronted the crook in a second. The two stood nose to nose as the tension heated the very air in the room. The crook's cheeks began to color as the TO whispered something into his face. Despite standing just a couple of feet behind him, I couldn't make out what was said, but once the TO stepped back around me, the crook was far more cooperative. The thing is, I'm not sure how to describe the emotions I felt during that first strip search. I know a lot of guys in my training class would later do the typical guy thing and shrug it off, kind of like the way men need to compare dick size at every opportunity. You know what I mean. It's all about how big someone can make themselves look, how confident they need to appear to everybody else. But the reality is, most of them were just as nervous as I was. Apart from sporting locker rooms, where else does a grown man come in direct contact with another naked man? I'm not talking about relationships here, but tasks performed in the line of duty. Do they at all? Strip searching eventually becomes nothing more than another simple task which I breeze through without so much as a second thought. But standing there during my very first, I was nervous. The guy standing before me could have been in for murder for all I knew, and here I was, about to strip him of all modesty. Funnily enough, something crossed my mind as I continued on and had to fight every ounce of my being to keep from grinning. Do you know what happens when you get a funny thought during a serious moment and try your best to stop from smiling? It's almost impossible, and the more I tried to push the thought away, the more it seemed to fight for the spotlight in my brain. What first crossed my mind in the moment as the guy took his shirt off was just how cold the unit felt. It was, after all, the final few weeks of winter, and the mornings were still bitterly cold. I remember standing there asking for the guy's shorts and wondering how cold he'd be. And that was when I remembered every man's worst nightmare: the prospect of being seen naked on a perilously freezing morning. Do you remember that specific scene in Seinfeld where George Costanza goes for a swim in the pool and then returns back to his room to dry off and get dressed? He's in the middle of drying himself, standing naked in the middle of the room, when a woman opens the door and pops her head in. She's at first shocked by seeing George standing there naked in the middle of the room and begins to apologize profusely. But just before she closes the door again, she takes a quick peek downstairs and begins to chuckle before exiting. George at first doesn't know what she was laughing at, but then takes a look down at himself, realizes where he just came from, and begins yelling, "I was in the pool! I was in the pool!" It's not until later that he tells Jerry, and then when Elaine comes in, the pair of them explain the reality of living with a penis. The truth is, they shrink when cold. Yes, they can shrink down into something that resembles a sad and sorry-looking prune on the really cold days, and that was precisely the thought that crossed my mind as I'm conducting my very first strip search. Thankfully, I managed to hold my poker face through the following few seconds as the crook stripped off his remaining clothes. Each piece he handed me, I passed on behind me for the TO to go through while I continued with the naked dance. Stripping a prisoner is almost an art form in itself, needing to be conducted in a very specific way in order to catch every single possible hiding place a person can use. Armpits, gaps in teeth, between fingers, the space between a penis and a nutsack, between the toes. And as I learn in the following weeks and months, prisoners will also try to hide things down the eye of their knob when desperate enough. But that's where I need to pause for a moment and shake my head, perhaps to share a blatantly obvious flaw in the system, perhaps even in the entire process. You see, I have always tried to live by one fundamental rule, which is, if you're going to bother doing something, make sure you do it properly. It took me one single strip search to realize that the entire process was bullshit. People have built-in pockets. While women have two, so to speak, men have one. A single place where they can hide things in numbers. The size of a butthole might actually surprise you when you start to see some of the things prisoners manage to hide inside them. And yet, as correctional officers, we are powerless to search there. No matter what we do, we can never search the one spot that makes the most sense for someone to hide something in. And to make it worse, here in our prison, we aren't even allowed to make the prisoners squat and cough. Do you know what a squat and cough does? It slowly forces any foreign objects to turn into mini projectiles ejected from the body at speed. I've read other prison books where it has been found that making a prisoner cough 3 times in rapid succession is enough to force most objects out. But because of certain rules and regulations, the closest we ever get to such a point is asking for the prisoner to bend over away from us and spread their cheeks, giving us a bird's eye view of their poop hole. Unless we catch a glimpse of something foreign hiding in there at that precise moment, we simply move on. If you happen to catch something in there, or witness a prisoner swallow something foreign, there are observation cells which have special toilets fitted which are designed to simply wait a prisoner's digestion system out. Butts are one of the best smuggling tools a prisoner has, limited only to the size and amount of what a person is prepared to shove up there. It is, at this prison at least, one of the true ways that they will win almost every time. Once I finish that first strip search, we wait for the crook to get dressed again and then swap him for number 2. While the first is escorted out into the choke pen, the second takes his spot in the cell. Tom and I also switch sides, giving him his first opportunity at conducting a strip search. I take a spot beside the cell door and watch on as the TO and Tom go through the process. By this time, the unit is a hive of activity, with crooks being marched to the choke pen while others return to the cells for their moment in the naked spotlight. Other cells soon opened as those finished, moved on to their next allocation, and the cycle repeated itself. The priority is to work through the unit population as quickly as possible in order to get them out of their cells and into the choke pen. Only once the cells are all empty do we begin to search them in earnest. It takes almost half an hour of endless strips before the entire unit population has been removed from their cells and thoroughly searched, minus their built-in pockets, of course. Several officers arrive and escort the crooks from the choke pen to the prison gymnasium, the largest indoor space available. There, tables have been set up with hot water, disposable cups, plenty of sugar and coffee, as well as a few cartons of fresh milk. As I write this, a memory creeps in of a time when I was one of those escorting officers. This happened about 3 years into my career and during a non-eventful night shift. We were asked to head to the unit after we had finished our morning court escorts, and while a couple of night shift officers were kept in the unit, around 5 of us were tasked with heading to the gym and preparing it for the prisoners. This involved setting up the aforementioned tables and prepping enough rations on them for around 100 cups of coffee and tea. Once we finished, 2 of us returned to the unit while 3 remained at the gym. The prisoners eventually began to arrive in 2 groups, and I will never forget the sight of what happened when the first lot came through the doors. Have you ever been to the beach on a beautiful sunny day and enjoyed a delicious lunch of fish and chips? That's fries for my American friends. And have you ever seen a seagull approach you and waddle around, hoping for a chip or 2 to be thrown? What happened when you threw it? Imagine throwing a bucket of chips at a flock of seagulls and watching the cyclonic explosion of feathers and squawks as the flock goes absolutely bananas. That's just a small glimpse of what we saw. Crooks began to throw themselves at the table when they saw the supplies sitting there. Great handfuls of tea bags disappeared into pockets. The coffee was spooned into cups in great heaps to be carried back to the unit. Even the fucking spoons disappeared in the blink of an eye. The real kicker came when a crook carried one of the empty bowls of coffee back to us and asked if there was any more because it appeared as if it had all been used up. These guys were vultures, devoid of any sense of humanity, with just a single focus: get whatever they could while it was available. They didn't care about who missed out or the purpose of the supplies. All they knew was that it was there for the taking, and they lived in a society ruled by the laws of the jungle. Only the strong survived. The weak could fuck off and beg for more from the officers. Anyway, let's just say it's one hell of an experience to witness the inner workings of prisoners' minds when placed into that situation. It wasn't something I ever expected, and certainly found it more than a little amusing. Okay, back to the unit search. Once the prisoners were all taken over to the gym and the unit was ours, we began to search in earnest. And right from the onset, another revelation was made, something I hadn't expected. "This isn't the movies," the supervisor suddenly called out, and we looked up to see her attention turn to one specific cell. I'm not sure how other prisons do it, but in our maximum security facility, searching cells isn't done the way you might have seen on Shawshank Redemption, with prisoners' properties thrown on the ground and stomped on. Cells are searched with diligence and respect. If something is picked up, it's returned to where it is found. That's not to say one needs to be handling things with cotton wool. It just means that the possessions are handled with a little respect and simply put back the way they were found. Cells contain many hiding spots. Actually, they contain many, many, many hiding spots. Crooks have a lot of time on their hands, and they can spend a lot of that time figuring shit out, like where to hide contraband. Before someone begins a search of any cell, there are probably two critical points to remember. The first is to suspect every single item you find to contain something. No matter how unlikely you might think an object will hold something significant, change your thinking, because I've seen shit hidden in the most unlikely of places. And the second point? Consider every item to hold an unsheathed syringe just waiting to stick its diseased, razor-sharp point into you. There are plenty of incidents of officers suffering needle stick injuries, and almost all of them can be attributed to the officer dropping their guard and forgetting point 2. I'm sure if you sign up for the job and find yourself in this situation, you will have had plenty of instruction on how to avoid becoming a victim. If you haven't, then a good rule of thumb is to never stick your fingers where you can't see them. Also, never run your fingers along the edges of things, especially when you can't see them, like the underside of a bed frame. The first cell we searched contained the belongings of 2 medium-term prisoners, in jail for longer than a year. Their belongings didn't really amount to much, perhaps enough for each to store their stuff in a single prison-issued duffel bag. Tom took the beds in the back of the cell, while I focused on the front half. A built-in desk and bookshelf sat in his half, while I had the bathroom and toilet facilities, as well as a shelving system where the clothing was stored. I carefully took each individual piece of clothing, starting with the t-shirts, unfolded them, gave them a shake, then refolded them and placed them on the top bunk. Once I finished a shelf and made sure it was completely empty, I returned the clothes. The next shelf held underwear and socks, and again, I unfolded each piece, paying extra attention to the socks and turning everything inside out before carefully returning things. There was nothing in particular found in the shelves. I turned my attention to the toilet, gave it a flush, and watched for anything to appear. The cell toilet is much like a normal toilet you'd find in your home, except without the tank. Next, I turned my attention to the sink, then to the line of toiletries sitting on the shelf above. I won't go through all the particulars of the search, as you have read about the intricacies of searching during the rest of the Prison Days series. We found nothing of interest in the first cell, or the second, but in the third, I found a pill that had been left sitting on the window ledge, right out in plain sight. It wasn't anything considered substantial, but enough for me to be asked to fill out a report for the soup. What I did notice was that the tablet looked like it had already been sucked on, and one of the TOs said that was because it had been palmed by the recipient not long after pretending to ingest it. The tablet would have been held either under the tongue or between a gap in the teeth until an opportunity to grab it out came up. Sometimes it took minutes, during which time the tablet would already partially dissolve. During the rest of the search, we managed to find 3 shivs, several pills, a pouch of tobacco. Australian prisons no longer allow tobacco products, not since 2015. A USB, and some home brew. We attended a short debrief in the middle of the unit at the conclusion, then headed off back to the classroom for the rest of our day's lessons. At the time of that initial class training, and having no previous experience to go on, I thought I learned more than enough to get me through a workday inside the prison itself. The last couple of weeks of the initial training course were jam-packed with information, dozens of modules squeezed in to get us over the line. And of course, we always signed off on each module repeatedly to acknowledge we had been taught the required information. With just a few weeks of classroom training and 3 shadow shifts behind us, all of us passed. 2 days before the end, we undertook our final tactical defensive training test. It wasn't easy, and I know a lot of people found it quite unnerving, but we all managed to work our way through that final assessment. We had our formal graduation ceremony in the visit center, surrounded by our families. They had to submit applications to attend a couple of weeks before and pass the same clearances as the rest of us. It was followed by a lunch of finger foods and bottles of juice. Our informal graduation dinner took place that night at one of the local pubs. Some of us had shifts the very next day, and it signaled the start of what was to become one hell of a ride. One I could never have predicted in a million years. Reality knocks. As strange as it may sound, the very first time I stepped into a prison wasn't the most nervous I'd ever been. That honor would go to the day I first stepped inside a prison as a fully qualified officer. Qualified according to the training department, not qualified in the sense one would expect. That was the moment I realized there was nothing left standing between me and the prisoners. I was now an officer, a screw, a dog, a mutt, or whatever else one might call us. Walking into that prison for my very first shift was daunting on so many levels. Standing in line and waiting to get processed felt like my very first day at a new school all over again. I didn't recognize anybody, not a single member of my class anywhere to be seen. I was surrounded by other officers, sure, but I was a newbie and looked at with curiosity by the rest. I was rostered in admissions that first morning. As far as I knew, I had been the only one allocated into the area from my class. Imagine my surprise when I walk in and the first person I see is Tony Malone. I think my heart dropped all the way to the floor when I saw him. You do recognize the name, yes? The crew in admissions was made up of a distinct mixture of officers, both male and female, young and old. It took me all of about 3 seconds to pick up on the essence of the building, the atmospheric emotion spewing from every invisible pore in the place. It was toxic. While a couple of the officers were quite welcoming and willing to help a newbie like myself, others were complete cunts, and that's putting it mildly. The admissions area of any prison is perhaps one of the most busiest, especially when in the middle of a working week. Every prisoner that either arrives or departs from the facility is processed here, following a step-by-step procedure from one door to the other. To begin with, the day in admissions starts with the processing of prisoners who need to attend court. These are normally those on remand, although sentenced prisoners can also head out, for either appeals or just to give evidence. As I would find out during subsequent weeks and months, the number of prisoners heading to court each morning could vary anywhere from a dozen to more than 40. Prison transports, or buses as we call them, would roll in and pick up the prisoners for specific courts, then head all out over the state to deliver them for their appearance. Processing court prisoners needed to finish by a certain time, and this put a lot of pressure on those working the job. It didn't take me very long to start working out where I was and who I was surrounded by. The first problem I was made aware of was that we worked in a privately operated facility. In other words, it was a business. The fact had never really crossed my mind. Why would it? Looking in from the outside, the prison looked like any other from where I stood. The only difference was the way the perimeter looked. a little more reinforced than what I'd expected, and the front sign reminded visitors that this was a maximum security facility. Other than that, it all appeared fairly standard. But what I hadn't been told during all the weeks we were training was what it meant to be working in a prison operated by a private company, and one that had quite a reputation behind it. It was during the very first shift that someone highlighted the fact that there were only a limited number of officers on duty in the unit at certain times. The area was broken up into 2 shifts, the first starting at 6 a.m. and working through until 6 p.m., while the second shift worked from 10 a.m. until 9 p.m. The crossover happened between 10 a.m. and 6 p.m., during which time both teams were on the floor, figuratively speaking. The problem with this was that the middle of the day could be a nothing day, while the morning and evening were the absolute busiest stretches. When I asked another officer why the company wouldn't just put extra staff on during those horrendously busy times, she laughed, saying that this was the last place that would spend money on extra staff. While I had been looking forward to learning so much more about the job, the people, and the procedures, the only real thing I learned that first day was that things were definitely not as I had hoped. Firstly, a company's main aim is to make money. Businesses are in business to make profits, while everything else is secondary. Profits provide capital, opportunities, security, and more. But in the prison where I worked, there was only one thing making the company money, and that was not me. No, I had become what you'd call an expense. The prisoners, they were the ones making money for the company, while the staff cost the company money. That meant there would never be more than enough staff working, while on the other hand, there was more than enough prisoners to fill the cells. Actually, there were too many prisoners, which is why a lot of the single cells had been turned into doubles, and some of the double cells had been turned into triples. There were even a few prisoners forced to sleep on trundle beds. Why am I telling you all this? I don't want to turn this into one big complaint. Instead, I want to point out one key side effect: safety. When a company begins to monitor its bottom line, certain things will take a back seat, and in our case, it was safety. But it goes even further than that. It didn't take very long for me to start hearing from old hands, officers that had been in the job for many years and had experienced the decline of common sense firsthand. Safety had taken a back seat, and the company's approach to many issues had become reactive instead of proactive. In other words, they waited for something to go wrong before acting on it, such as officers getting hurt due to understaffing. It was as if we were the enemy to their profit margin. And how did that affect me? It scared the shit out of me. It really did. At the time, I still didn't have the experience under my belt. What I did have were war stories told by those same old hands. Sometimes, during downtime and admissions, a few of those old hands would sit down and chin-wag about the days when units holding 50 or 60 prisoners would have a single officer working in them. One single officer. That poor soul would sit in the officer station surrounded by prisoners for 12 hours at a time. If they wanted to go for a piss, they needed to call for a replacement officer to sit in their stead for a few minutes. None of these things had ever been mentioned during the initial training, and that's not all that I happened to miss during those first few weeks. It turned out that the 2 trainers we had during our course, they didn't even like each other. In fact, Darren detested working with Robert, and for one very good reason. Another point I completely missed during the entire course of our training. Robert had never actually worked inside a prison unit during his few years in the job. It turned out that the previous head trainer was moving on, and we were essentially the first class for the incoming replacement. Robert had put his hand up for the job, and due to a distinct lack of choices, had been given the role. And to make matters worse, we were his only class, because once we graduated, Robert was removed from the role of head trainer and returned back into the prison, where he began taking repeated sick days after management had offered him a trainee supervisor's gig. He was eventually fired some 3 months later. Personally, I never had issues with Robert. He was a nice guy, a father, and seemed pretty sincere. But he lacked commitment and eventually pursued other interests. The last I heard, he had signed up for some real estate course. But Robert wasn't the only officer who turned out to be a complete surprise. Oh boy, were there some surprises in store for me. It turned out that despite thinking in my 40-something years on the planet, I had a good handle on sizing up people. I couldn't have been further from the truth. The reality turned out to be nothing short of shocking. Some of the people I was now working next to were far from the perfect officers. In fact, a few of them might have been considered prisoners in disguise. I think the first time I was truly shocked about an officer's secrets was the day I found out the truth about a woman named Shelley Preston. Shelley was around 24 years old, engaged to a police officer, and had been working in the prison for almost 2 years. She had plans to gain some valuable experience in the jail and then move on to her own police career. By the time I arrived on the scene, she was working in her second unit, Avoca, having transferred from Tambo East the previous year. During my first 3 months out in the prison, I had been given relief shifts in Avoca on perhaps 4 or 5 occasions. A relief shift is where an officer is rostered on for the day, but is usually left unassigned to a specific role until someone either calls in sick or is removed from a shift ahead of time for any number of reasons. Shelley had been on duty for a number of those shifts, and she always appeared to be really switched on. The lady knew her job well and always ran the unit the way it needed to be. She never backed down during confrontations, challenged prisoners without fear, and was more than helpful to a new officer like myself. What I didn't know, and I'm guessing a lot of the other officers didn't either, was that she just happened to be sleeping with one of the prisoners. I'd heard stories of women who'd walked down that path, but I could never picture them. Shelley was the last person I expected to do what she did, and in all honesty, it shocked the hell out of me. Not only that, but it also opened my eyes in a way I never thought possible. The thing that scared me the most was the fact I trusted her. We work in one of the most volatile environments imaginable, and things can kick off in a heartbeat. The only backup an officer has is the person standing beside them, and in this case, the person next to me was actually sleeping with the other side. In a way, I'm kind of glad that it happened fairly early in my career. Who knows what else I might have missed if I'd continued on without having my eyes truly opened. Hearing about Shelley was shocking, yes, but it was also a lesson I appreciated. And she was by no means the last. Oh no, there would be plenty more to come. I think that was one of the first real turning points for me in the jail. I quickly realized that playtime was well and truly over, and it was time for me to start paying attention to those around me. And what I found scared the absolute shit out of me, in ways I guess I can only really share now that I'm out of the job once and for all. While Shelley may have been the first officer I personally knew who had crossed the line, she was by no means the last, or the most shocking. Again, if you are seriously considering working inside a prison, or perhaps are new into the job yourself, the only advice I can offer you is to trust absolutely nobody. This sounds counterproductive in many ways. When first starting in this job, we were always told that we needed to have absolute faith in the people around us, and to a certain extent, that is very true. In this job, you do need to have a certain level of trust in the person standing next to you. But unfortunately, I found far too many of those very people to be the biggest threat to my safety. Throughout the previous Prison Days books, I shared stories of officers whose actions may have amused you at the time, like Mrs. Vodka Grapes. But this environment is unforgiving, and people get hurt badly when things go wrong. During my initial training, Our class was filled with a variety of people coming from all walks of life. While a lot of us had never experienced prison before, others had extensive history, particularly with the very one we were training to work in. One such person was a woman named Monica Shaw. During training, she had come across as quite arrogant, almost considering herself above everybody else. The reason for this was because her husband, Jason, just happened to be a supervisor inside the jail. He'd been working behind the walls for more than 10 years, working his way up the chain. I'd heard stories about him from many officers, mainly because not very many people liked him. He was the kind of person who just rubbed people up the wrong way. Thankfully, I didn't have a lot to do with Monica for a few years. Our paths rarely crossed, and when we did happen to see each other, she never returned a friendly hello. Did I care? Not at all. Stories of her own arrogance soon began to filter through the prison, particularly for involving herself in things that didn't actually concern her. Eventually, she managed to get herself added to the pool of prospective supervisors, and when she was given the opportunity to train as one, jumped on the chance. Imagine my surprise when one Tuesday morning, I came in to work and passed her being walked out by a couple of TOs, as well as the duty supervisor. She didn't look too happy as she passed me, and certainly didn't offer me a reply to the jovial greeting I gave her. It turned out that this wife of a supervisor that had preached about how she would uphold the rules had shouted from the rooftops about how much she loathed prisoners and how they were all scumbags, had been in fact sleeping with a prisoner in Tambo West. Not only that, but she had also been smuggling in contraband to the unit. Again, I was completely floored by the revelation. This had been someone so vocal about how much she hated prisoners, and yet had been bedding one for quite some time. Officers sleeping with prisoners are not one-off events. Unfortunately, it is all too common, and during my time behind the walls, watched no fewer than a dozen women lose their jobs for the offense. They're lucky not to be in prison themselves. But sleeping with prisoners is far from the only thing crooked officers get up to. There are also those that smuggle in contraband, like mobile phones, drugs, alcohol, and more. The ones that truly frighten me are the ones that smuggle in weapons. Our prison has had a couple of scary incidents where an officer was caught trying to smuggle in a pistol. The sheer stupidity is mind-boggling. Why do they do it? Money is a common motivation, but definitely not the only one. Fear is also a major factor, especially for those officers who find themselves confronted by crooks who know a little too much information about them. Intimidation is a powerful tool, and when they also know the details of your home life, things can really turn south fast. Remember, the majority of prisoners don't remain behind bars forever. Eventually, they are released back into society, and when they do, who knows who they may pay a visit. This is a frightening chapter for me to write, not only because of what I saw happen to so many people, but also because some of my friends remain in the job today. They still face this shit on a daily basis, and I stand up and salute them for their courage. I'm thankful to have gotten out of the place relatively unscathed. The sad reality is that a lot of officers aren't as lucky. Some end up losing not only their careers, but also their families, while others even their lives. I've stopped counting the number of officers who've died since I first walked into the place. As I write this, I think of the 3 that have died in just the past 2 months. Too many faces which have been taken way too soon. And it is because of them that I want to finish this chapter here and now with one final tribute. Thank you for your service. Prison life. It didn't take long for me to get into the routine of things. Prison life is something that is not only unbelievably slow, but also mind-numbingly repetitive. Things just never seemed to change from one shift to the next. While some of the faces might come and go from one day to another, a lot of them don't, and for many, prison is the only real home they will ever know. One of the craziest things I quickly came to realize was that there were so many prisoners who saw the jail as their actual home. Not only their home, but also their whole life. During our initial training, the term revolving door repeatedly came up during explanations, but at the time, I didn't quite understand the meaning. It wasn't until I began working shifts inside the jail that the same term continued to come up in conversation, and when I began expanding into more and more duties and admissions, I saw the evidence for myself. One of my primary duties in admissions was processing new prisoners into the jail. There were 4 distinct sections to the entire process, each set up as one link in a chain that led from the front door to the back door. The first link in the chain after receiving the prisoners was an initial interview, where specific questions were asked, a new photo was added to their file, their mental state was confirmed, as well as next of kin details updated. There were also a number of questions asked relating to how they felt about being there, whether they had any concerns, as well as giving them their ID cards and unit allocation. The second port of call was to the property counter. This is where their incoming tubs of personal property were processed. Each item needed to be cited and checked next to a property list. This was also the point where we would find items that had been either stolen or taken by force from weaker prisoners. An extra pair of runners here or there was definitely not uncommon. While transfers from other prisoners were normally quite quick to process, it was the new arrivals, those still wearing their civilian clothing, that were the funny ones. Normally, their property tubs contained everything they were in possession of at the time of their arrest and was usually a variety of things. It wasn't uncommon to open a tub and be greeted by the foul stench of piss because the person had been arrested while under the influence. There would also be the occasional oddball, who'd have a particularly eye-opening container. Or perhaps the right word here is questionable. During my time, I saw plenty of sex toys come through in the tubs, ranging from cock rings, dildos, vibrators, and penis pumps. The crooks would normally deny ownership, and the items would be removed from their property and placed into the locked filing cabinet of the property officers, one of whom was a raging psycho. It was also funny to come across crooks who were caught with the tools of their trade. One of the first guys I ever processed was a burglar, whose property tub held an assortment of lock-picking tools, screwdrivers, a torch, a balaclava, gloves, plus all the dark clothing he could use. At the time, one of my offsiders joked that at least he was already prepped for when he got out. Personally, one of the more frightening property tubs I've ever opened was when this creepy guy came through. He was aged 43, appeared very weathered and unkempt, and had this weird way of looking at people. Whenever he answered a question, he would birth this strange grin that would just scratch the old creepometer a little more. While I could handle him personally without too much hassle, it was when we opened his property tub that things turned south fast. Inside his tub, he had a few of the normal items you'd expect, like pants, t-shirts, jumpers. There were also a couple of shit-stained undies and stinky socks. There was also a backpack in his tub, zippered clothes, but holding unknown items. "Anything in here that's going to stick me?" I asked. Junkies didn't really have any specific look, and I wanted to make sure there were no needles inside. He shook his head, the same grin staring back at me. The rubber gloves I was wearing were great at keeping bodily fluids from my skin, but would do very little against an open syringe. When I pulled out the first of the little girl dresses, my heart literally climbed into my throat. There was one resembling a little sailor suit dress, another covered in flowers. I held the first up and looked at the guy, and his grin seemed to widen. Found them on a pile of rubbish. Picked them up for my sister. Us officers just looked at each other, and despite none of us speaking, we all knew what the rest were thinking. I asked him whether he still wanted them, and I don't think I waited for an answer before throwing them into the bin. I do remember him saying he'd forgotten they were there. The guy may have been telling the truth, but I've been on this planet long enough to know how to read people, and I can tell you that there was something wrong with the bloke standing before me that day. Anyway, back to the processing of prisoners. Once the property has been finished and itemized, it is also divided up between the things allowed into the prison as well as those items restricted from entry. There was a second tub which we filled with all the items needing to remain with us, while a prison-issued bag was filled with all the things he could take inside. Once their property had been processed, we issued them with a couple of sets of prison uniforms and sent them off to the third link in the chain, the strip. This is where the prisoner was checked for anything they may have been hiding on their person. It was also the point where they would remove any civilian clothing they wore, which we would add to their property tub. The final station was the incoming medical interview with a psych nurse. As all prisoners needed to have this interview within 24 hours of arriving, it was usually conducted as part of their initial induction. This was also the part which could hold prisoners up for a long time, with some crooks spending upwards of 5 to 6 hours in a holding cell while waiting for their interview. Getting back to my initial point of revolving doors, it was during that first link in the chain, the induction interview, which us officers conducted, that I first began to see what the term actually meant. A revolving door is exactly what I pictured as I began to see hundreds of indents during my weeks and months of interviews. A prisoner indent is a sheet or two which hold a lot of the crook's personal information and is normally what the transport buses use to identify and carry prisoners. It's fronted by a mugshot, their date of birth, plus their ID number. There are also details about their appearance, such as height, weight, scars, tattoos, ethnicity, hair color, and the rest of the standard identifiers. All of the prisoner's charges were also listed, as well as dates and court appearances. This is where you got to know who you were dealing with and was the first indicator of the type of interview one was about to conduct. I'm fairly certain that during my time, I came across every type of charge one could think of, like murder, manslaughter, armed robbery, assault, drug possession, burglary, domestic violence, breaching IVOs, plus many more. There were also a lot of the sexual offenses seen, such as rape, indecent assault, sex with minors, abduction, plus more. I think the worst ones that stand out for me was the time production of pornographic material of a minor came through. These were the guys who not only had sex with children, but also filmed it for distribution purposes. These cunts would sit before me without a care in the world, knowing they would be protected for the duration of their stay. If the name offends you, then I apologize, but any crime against a child is something I loathe, and those rats were at the very bottom for me. But there was one specific line that always drew my attention, because it was the one that gave new meaning to the term revolving door. It was the line that listed two things: previous incarcerations and previous charges. In the beginning, it wasn't unusual to see a person with 3 or 4 previous incarcerations. I remember seeing a guy came through at one point with almost a dozen, and I thought that was pretty high. Boy, was I wrong. When I first saw a 50, I had to show it to someone and they simply nodded at me. "Just wait," one officer said to me, and they weren't kidding. The highest number I ever saw was someone with 263 previous incarcerations. I remember thinking at the time how something like that could even be possible, but someone said that some incarcerations may have been for just a week or more. But the highest ones, while surprising to witness, weren't what really opened my eyes. It was the sheer number of people that had repeated incarcerations that surprised me. It was as if every single prisoner who came through admissions had at least half a dozen previous visits. Some of the officers around me often recognized crooks and would exchange some sort of banter. And that banter wasn't just for those incoming. It was when a prisoner was released that the same banter continued. And what made it even more shocking for someone like me was when the crooks themselves would predict their next return. "How long you planning on staying out this time?" was a question I heard asked repeatedly, not just by officers, but also supervisors. A few days, a week, a month were all common answers. And the scary thing was, they weren't exaggerating. True to their word, it would be the following month we would see the same face come through, each looking a little worse for wear. And that was the sad part, because they really did look worse for wear. Why? For some, prison life was their saving grace. On the outside, there's too much temptation with drugs and alcohol freely available. It wasn't uncommon for a prisoner to be released looking healthy and fit, only to return 3 or 4 months later looking half the size and withered away because they'd hit the gear too hard. On the inside, they have 3 square meals a day, a free gym membership, workout equipment a few feet from their cell door, and all the mates one could ever want. They didn't have the stress of trying to support themselves. There were no responsibilities and no bills to worry about. They have free medical and dental coverage. Plus, if they have a drug habit on the outside, they also get access to methadone and other drug-related assistance. The thing is, a month or 2 after returning to jail, they're back to their healthy and happy self. And the sad reality is, once they get used to this cycle, they have no desire to break free from it, because for them, it is what they call normality. What you might call a holiday or vacation, some of these guys call a couple of weeks of freedom. Prison life is what they see as normality. But what really is prison life? What does it really entail that could possibly make it so appealing? As part of this book, I wanted to give you a look at how a non-eventful day plays out. You've no doubt read plenty of incidents throughout my Prison Days series, and that's not what this part is about. I want to highlight the repetitiveness of the days for both officers and prisoners by giving you a walkthrough of each. A typical day for a prisoner begins when an officer first drops the trap on their cell door and asks for movement. This can be given either verbally or visually with a wave of the hand. Most prisoners sleep right up until this point and only rise once the cell doors are unlocked a few moments after the morning count is called correct. Once an officer cracks the cell door, prisoners have an open unit to utilize and will usually go to the toasters for breakfast. Along the way, they might drop their washing bag off to the bank of washing machines and dryers known as the laundry. An assigned billet normally takes care of the unit's laundry needs. Some prisoners have ongoing employment, and for those working morning shifts in the kitchen, they would have already been collected long before unlock. Others working in factories generally head off shortly after 8:30. Some of the factories are located within unit yards, perhaps even stretching across a couple of yards to give easy access to multiple units. Others are located throughout the prison and will often require either an escort or a permission slip. For those not working, their morning may include any number of activities. The thing is, the idea that prisoners spend countless hours locked up in a small cell couldn't be further from the truth. Unless, of course, they are segregated into a management unit where they endure 23-hour lockdowns. In normal units, it's an entire day filled with activities. Yard times vary in our facility. Despite each unit having their own, management doesn't like adjoining units sharing yard times. Even though they are separated by high fences, the prisoners can still talk through the mesh fence line to pass drugs and messages between themselves. While one unit may have access to their yard in the morning, another might have theirs in the afternoon. This only changed in recent years after it was found that the fencing between the units was quite inadequate. After a subsequent upgrade to mesh fencing that was slightly less bendy than the old fencing, management also changed to an allocated yard roster for adjoining units. But don't despair, as there are still plenty of other ways to keep a prisoner occupied. Stretched across the day are numerous options for crooks to choose from, including hanging out at the gym, taking some time out in the library, or perhaps joining one of the numerous classes to gain a qualification. Sadly, many prisoners have told me that the only two reasons they attend those classes is because it gets them out of the unit, and because it looks better to have gained a qualification when applying for parole. While this may not be true for some prisoners, the majority of the ones I've interviewed during their discharge day have said the same thing. During the day, there are 4 individual musters for prisoners to submit to. The first is the morning muster before unlock. The second is the lunchtime muster, with a third held at 5 in the afternoon, right before dinner is served. Holding 2 and 3 right before the meals are served is one way to get the crooks to behave. Any delay in getting the count through to the control room only delays the serving of their food. The final muster is held right at lockdown, effectively sending the prisoners back into their cells for the night. If in a 2-outer, this would be the moment you would panic if you needed a shit. Dual occupancy cells have very specific rules to follow, and hanging a shit after lockdown is a definite no-no. The thing about a prisoner's day is that nothing much changes from one day to the next. For those who work as billets in the units or are employed in the prison kitchen, the work week is 7 days. Only the industries, factory workers, shut down over the weekend. So, what types of jobs are available to prisoners during their stays? Anything and everything you could imagine. Every prison is different, of course, but in many ways, they're all the same. The majority of the work is universal across the system. Units have many workers, called billets, who are employed to perform the tasks which keep the unit operating at peak level. To give you an idea of just how many different jobs there are, here is a brief rundown of billet positions. Floor billets vacuum, sweep, and mop the floors every day. If a unit has a second level, then you might also have a tier billet who takes care of the upper floor. There's a bin billet, who is tasked with emptying rubbish bins from around the unit and depositing the bags into the wheelie bins. Every second day, the bin billet is escorted to a nearby dumpster where they empty the bags out of the wheelie bins. There's an induction billet, who sees all new arrivals and gives them a rundown of unit rules. These are the guys who pass on the unwritten rules, pointing out some of the finer details officers may not be aware of. It is the induction billet's job to ensure new prisoners understand their new surroundings, know what opportunities are open to them, as well as the processes they need to know in order to access things like visits and shopping. There's a paint billet, who takes care of any repair work a cell might need. Graffiti is a common problem, and sometimes a paint billet will close off a cell and repaint the whole thing. This, of course, is at the instruction from maintenance officers who monitor all the units across the prison. Let's not forget about the kitchen billets. This could be a single prisoner or a couple of them, depending on the size of the unit. I know that many television shows and documentaries show vision of massive dining halls where slop is served to a never-ending lineup of crooks. This is normally where a movie will show a shanking or substantial fight happening. The reality is, at least in our prison, that you would never have that many prisoners standing in the same spot at the same time. Prisoners need separation in order to maintain peace, and it would be a nightmare trying to monitor that many heads. While there is a central kitchen that prepares all the meals, each unit has a kitchen trolley, which the billet picks up an hour or so before each meal. Locked inside is all the food the unit needs in order to feed every mouth. I say locked because kitchen billets have been known to sample some of the food along the way and this normally ends with prisoners missing out on their meal due to a shortness in supply. It is prison, after all, and there's a very high likelihood that thieves walk among them. A couple of years into my time, padlocks began to be used on the trolleys. How they managed for the decades before is a wondrous question. The kitchen billets wheel the trolleys to the unit and then finish preparing the trays of food in order to serve the meals. Each unit kitchen is fitted with an oven, a serving window, and the tools needed to complete their job. These tools are kept by officers and always signed in and out by kitchen billets at the start and end of the day. Missing tools will often lock a unit down while a search is undertaken. Despite being plastic, they can still be fashioned into weapons. To serve as a kitchen billet, prisoners need to be qualified with a safe food handling certificate. They can also undertake other food-related courses to gain even more qualifications. Other qualifications aside from food also exist, which offer those that hold them to earn extra income. One of the most common is someone qualified to clean up blood spills. This involves accessing hazardous waste with specific cleanup tools, and believe me when I say that these guys are called upon a lot. While many people might assume that a prisoner's day is just made up of sitting around and waiting for their sentence to end, I think you get the idea that it is anything but. The amount of resources available to them is simply mind-blowing, but there's a very good reason for it. The number one rule in any prison is to maintain the safety and security of the staff and prisoners. And before you ask, yes, prisoners spell out the rule in that very order, with the priority being the safety of officers first. Maintaining safety and security takes more than just a bunch of bars and high fences, cameras, and separation of units. Sooner or later, someone is going to have to go inside that cage and deal with the occupants. There's one very basic principle at play in any prison, and it's quite simple to understand. A bored person is a dangerous person. Prisoners have an abundance of time on their hands, and it is how they use the time that determines their mental state. Units aren't filled with the latest workout machines, pool tables, or table tennis equipment because we love to watch these guys get fit and have a great time. The televisions aren't hung on the walls and also placed into each and every cell because we want to make sure they don't miss out on the latest episode of NCIS. It keeps their minds off everything else, perhaps focused on more positive things. As officers, we have one primary purpose in our day, one job that tops everything else. Can you think of what it is? If you said to keep prisoners locked up, then you'd be wrong. If you said to keep the prison safe and secure, then you'd also be wrong. Did you say to keep the prison operating at an optimum level? Also wrong. An officer's first and most important duty is to ensure they go home at the end of their shift. Nothing else comes close. We work in a dangerous world, and if that is still something you question, check out the lost officers during the past year where you live. Do the numbers also include those lost from suicide? While a prisoner's workday might be considered repetitive, an officer's day is anything but. I remember that very point made to us at the very first information night I attended. No 2 days would ever be the same. I don't think anybody knows just how accurate that sentence is when they first begin, because it's perhaps one of the most on-point statements I've ever heard in my life. An officer's day really depends on where in the prison they work. Each area has its own set of challenges and may not always be directly affected by prisoners. If rostered in reception, for example, your day would be shaped by not only the prison staff coming and going through the front door, but also the visitors to the facility. These visitors may be official guests, such as lawyers, priests, or medical staff, as well as those directly to visit prisoners, such as friends and family. Out in the prison, almost every job will bring officers into direct contact with prisoners, whether it's supervising them directly in one of the numerous units or dealing with them in one of the support buildings, such as the gym, library, medical facilities, factories, the admissions area, chapel, kitchen, or numerous educational classes. Personally, I've worked in each to some extent during my time inside. In some, I may have just been a blow-in, someone who is on the relief roster and then sent to an area for a day or two while a regular officer is off sick or away on leave. Blow-in officers are good to some extent and a pain in the arse in others. Because the majority of them lack the specific knowledge of an area, they are normally relegated to the mundane tasks, such as stripping prisoners, supervising them, escorting them, or just something that doesn't involve area specifics. In admissions, blow-ins tend to spend their day either stripping crooks, help with loading and unloading buses, or simply escorting prisoners to and from units. They don't hold the experience to conduct interviews and normally help with processing property under another officer's guidance. In units, blow-ins are an entirely different story. It isn't uncommon to find units manned by nothing but blow-ins from time to time. Prisoners tend to rub their hands together during those times, doing their best to take advantage of the moment any way they can. Without knowing the inner workings of a particular unit, officers will find themselves vulnerable to coercion if they don't watch themselves. I still remember the first time I worked one of these shifts with two other blow-ins. The unit was Tambo West, not the friendliest of places at the time. The resident population of the unit included everything from outlaw motorcycle gang members, armed robbers, plus one particular murderer who had gone on a killing spree in the mid-'80s. He, of all people, was probably the least of our worries. The hierarchy in the unit put the bikies at the very top, running the place with an iron fist. Everybody else just seemed to fall in underneath, acting on the orders of those in charge. And that's where the problems could have begun if it hadn't been for the officers thrown in together. Between the three of us, there was something like 15 years' experience. We weren't exactly new, and while we may have been unaware of exactly how this specific unit ran, this wasn't our first rodeo. Despite the prisoners doing their best to try and take advantage of the situation, we simply fell back to the basic fundamentals of running a unit. Requests for anything other than pure basics were met with the same answer: wait until a regular staff member is back on. Two cheeky guys tried their hardest to convince us they were on the top of the supposed single cell list, the most valuable prize for any cell-sharing prisoner. Of course, we knew every unit had a list, but as we couldn't locate the one for that very unit, we postponed all cell moves until the following day when an assigned officer was due back in. Despite trying their hardest, it was a clear failure, and it only took until mid-morning for the prisoners to understand they weren't going to pull the wool over our eyes that day. Sadly, the outcome we had that day wasn't always the way things went. I still remember a day where 3 blow-ins manned Tambo East for a shift and paid the price for someone else's lack of planning. The 3 officers had less than a year's experience between them, with one of them on his very first shift inside the prison. The unit population's dynamic had changed considerably during the previous couple of months, going from one of the quietest units in the prison to one of the scariest. A Code Alpha had been called in the unit almost every other day at least once, with prisoners commonly confronting staff for the smallest of reasons. Tempers, you could say, were at breaking point. The 3 officers had chosen a particularly bad day to turn up for work, with the entire unit suffering a lockdown the previous 2 days due to a horrific assault on one of the crooks. He'd been the unfortunate victim of a 3-on-1, with shivs used to stab the man more than a dozen times. He survived, of course, as many do despite such a frenzied attack. It's somewhat ironic to see one prisoner stabbed a single time from behind and die on the spot, while another gets turned into a walking pincushion with nothing more than a few added scars to his war chest. The mood in the unit had been riding a knife's edge for the better part of a week, and the 3 unfortunate officers had no idea what they were walking into. Things took a turn from bad to worse when the day's movements were sent through from vacancy management, or vacancy for short. Vacancy is a department that handles all of the prison's accommodation allocations. These are the people who keep tabs on who can go where and which people they definitely cannot mix with. If anybody turns up on a transport bus and has red flags against their name, vacancy are the people that see those red flags and act accordingly. One example might be a prisoner transferred into the jail to attend a local court hearing where he might be a witness, and the defendant of that very case is also housed in the prison. It would be unwise to house them both in the same unit, which is why vacancy keeps tabs on every single person transferring in and out of the facility. They also keep extensive lists on everybody inside each unit. The 3 officers in Tambo East had received the day's movement list, which not only contained that day's new transfers coming in from other jails, but also the ins and outs from each of the units. Each day brings with it certain transfers, where prisoners are required to move units. Because the prison tends to run very close to capacity, sometimes certain cells are needed in specific units because of a red flag that has been raised. On this particular day, a fairly volatile prisoner named Henry Manna needed to transfer from the unit over to Avoca. It wasn't a case of, "Hey, guess what, Henry? How would you like to move your shit to some greener pastures over yonder?" It was more of a, "It's time to go, Henry," moment. Unfortunately, the big Maori had no intention of going, and despite being warned twice and refusing, the staff continued to try and get the prisoner out the door. This was where one of the biggest problems in the prison came to play, and it's one I've seen happen way too many times. Now, before you come at me for saying this, I just want to remind you that this, and the entire series for that matter, is based on my own views. The opinions I express in these pages are my own, and shouldn't bear weight on how other officers might perceive things. I can only speak from my own experiences, which is why I began these books in the first place. My point of view may differ greatly from others, and may not always be the most popular, but they remain my own regardless. What I'm talking about is swinging dick syndrome. It's quite common amongst groups of young men hanging around together and needing to outdo each other. Unfortunately, in prison, it's all the more common because nobody wants to be seen as weak. I find out almost immediately after starting my duties as an officer that it didn't matter whether you walked on the officer side of the line or the prisoners. If you were seen as weak, you may as well have grabbed a great big paintbrush and painted a target on your back. If weak as a prisoner, your goose was as good as cooked, because you would suffer through numerous attacks and standovers. Other crooks would take your shit every minute of the day, right down to your toothbrush. Prisoners will also fight you, especially if other weak prisoners are trying to get the focus off themselves, perhaps proving they aren't as weak as some might think. If seen weak as an officer, then you might as well pack your bags now. While nobody might come right out and say it, bullying is all too common on both sides of the fence. Weak officers are not only gossiped about, but they are also quickly turned away from endless roster allocations as the number of officers not wanting to work with them increases. I saw one member of my own intake class suffer because of this, transferred to no less than 5 different departments during his first year in the job. In the end, he found himself sent to reception, where he served for a number of years, perhaps the only real place in the prison that doesn't have direct prisoner contact. Swinging dick syndrome is something many working in the prison don't consider an issue. Either that, or they genuinely don't see it. I've seen it make officers do incredibly stupid things, such as what the 3 new officers did on the day they turned up for blow-in duty in Tambo East. I'm not talking about cowardice here. That's an entirely different kettle of fish. Cowardice is where officers genuinely run the other way. I've also seen this happen throughout my career. A prisoner might confront an officer, and rather come to his or her aid, the supposed backup chooses to run and hide in the office until help arrives. The real issue here is that a lot of officers, especially the new ones, will do everything they can to persuade those around them that they aren't cowards. Because they lack any real experience, they tend to do things which shouldn't be done, such as stepping in to help when other options exist. In the event a prisoner refuses to follow directives, a book of options opens for an officer, and it is up to them to decide which course of action to take. This might include everything from indirect disciplinary action, such as removing a prisoner's television, right up to directly locking them down in their cell. Experience will often dictate how each situation is dealt with, which includes one of the most important aspects of all: knowledge of the prisoner's background. If any single officer normally rostered in the unit had been present in the unit that particular morning, they would have known that Henry had a long history of assaulting staff, thanks to a fiery temper which could be set off by the smallest of issues. Unfortunately, none of the three officers knew of this, and thus continued to push their instructions onto the man until he snapped. What should they have done? Or perhaps a better question is, what would the normal unit staff have done differently? It all comes down to a matter of perception. The older officers, and perhaps even the more experienced among the ranks, know that it's not worth the confrontation when there are far better options available. One of these is to first call the supervisor and request the TOs to assist. This is normally authorized, given that they turn up in numbers and usually with enough persuasion to avoid a confrontation. If there happens to be one, then they are much better prepared for it than straight-up inexperienced officers. Sadly, there are always those who are afraid of how they look to others, fearing being labeled as weak, perhaps a reality for them. That is why some officers will always walk in headstrong, such as two of the three on the floor that day. Not only wasn't there a call made to the supervisor to ask for options, but one of the officers decided to start screaming into the face of the prisoner, an act which lasted all of about 2 seconds. Henry dropped the first with a single punch, fracturing the officer's eye socket. The second, standing just behind, had enough time to look down at their third member before a punch broke his jaw. He also dropped to the tier floor, leaving just a final officer standing. That officer also happened to have exactly 2.5 hours of industry experience and thus may not have acted the way he should have. The kid, just 22 years old, did the right thing by calling the code as the second officer engaged the crook. To that extent, he got the call out and hoped for backup to arrive. His next act, however, is one I'll let you decide whether it was the right call or not. After seeing his fellow officers knocked out and calling the code through to control, the officer left the station and ran straight up the stairs towards certain doom. He must have known he had no chance of going toe-to-toe with a crook, but ran headfirst into battle and was summarily hit in the face just as the first number of officers burst through the airlock. Tambo East and West stand right next to each other, their airlocks only around 40 feet apart. That meant backup was virtually seconds away. But the fear of being labeled a coward proved to be the greater driver here, hence why the kid didn't think twice. He thought, as he later told me, that if he remained in the station, other officers would have questioned his courage. He knew there were cameras watching him and didn't want to start his new job with a bad reputation. Henry was subsequently taken down by the officers who arrived on the scene, moved to admissions, and finally relocated to another prison before the day ended. 2 of the 3 officers were sent to hospital for checks, but went home after being given the all-clear. The youngest and most inexperienced of the 3, he returned to work the very next day despite being offered the day off. In his mind, He had everything to prove. People were watching, didn't you know? Reality bites. I think for me, the reality of the job began to seriously sink in about a year into my career. Although I had never seen the inside of any other working jail, it turned out that I had a very good source of information standing beside me almost every day. It was the bus drivers, the transportation officers, who would share information about those other prisons. During my time in admissions, I came into direct contact with those drivers, and it was normally during those moments in between loading crooks that they would share their frustration with our prison. Not only that, but at how differently we operated compared to the others. As we were a privately operated jail, the bottom line meant everything to management, and if they could save money by reducing the number of staff to bare minimum, then that's what happened. It was the transport drivers who asked how we managed to do the job we did with just 4 officers, when the government-operated prisons would use 8 to 10 officers doing the same thing. But it didn't end there. It wasn't just about the number of staff working. The job just seemed to be made all the more difficult by the sheer lack of training and guidance. Could you imagine starting a new job at a bakery, but instead of giving you the recipes and instructions on how to create the products, the manager simply told you to wing it? Not only that, but if you screwed up any of the baked goods, you got in the shit for it. The first time I was put in such a situation was during my second week on the job. While there were several roles to perform in admissions, it was the running of the book that was perhaps the most important. This was the central place where everything in admissions operated directly from. I know I've described this before, but for the sake of this section, let me give you a brief reminder. The book is one of 3 tallies used in the prison to keep the number of prisoners up to date. There's a second book in the Sally Port and a third in records. Control checks their own count against all 3 just before each muster and makes sure they all match. That is the number which must match the eventual count phoned through from all the units, and if any one of the books is out, it needs to be balanced before each muster can go ahead. The officer allocated to the book is handed all the incoming prisoners' indents by the drivers, checks the names off, and hands them to the officer leading the unloading of the prisoners from the buses. That officer will then hand the indents through to records. The person on the book will also allocate cells to those prisoners leaving the jail and then mark them off as they board their buses. It makes for some interesting times when first given the role, as there is so much more to the job than that. The day I was first put on the book, there were 3 officers standing around the desk, and we had just finished processing the court buses. Nobody had given me any real instruction on what I was supposed to do in the role. There is a break in duties between the last court bus and the next round of prisoners, as they wouldn't turn up until after unlock. This gave admission staff enough time for breakfast and to prepare for the day ahead. The 3 of them turns toward the door leading to the kitchen, and I called out, "So, what do I do now?" I had no idea. Had worked exactly 3 shifts in the prison up to that point, and was still trying to work out how to properly fit a clip-on tie. "You'll work it out," one of the officers called back, and the rest of them began to chuckle as they continued on to the lunchroom. In other words, good luck with it, chump. While I sat there breaking out in a cold sweat, I tried to find any set of instructions on what to do. I knew they existed because such a list had been taped to the desk, right beside the computer keyboard. But this wasn't the kind of place where help came easy to people. Most of the lines had been summarily covered over by thick black marker. The ones that remained were barely legible, covered in a string of witty banter and curious drawings of penises. Go figure. The desk, where I sat at the time, was surrounded by cells down one corridor and the strip rooms along the other corridor. I was positioned right on the corner, which meant everybody coming and going needed to pass by my location. While I managed to get the book figured out in time to phone through the right number to control just before unlock, my run of nerves took another step up about 10 minutes later when one of the other three officers came to my desk. "Haven't you done the cell allocations yet?" The officer was a woman named Amanda. Her tone and look of annoyance was enough to tell me that this wasn't something out of the ordinary, and the way the outfit ran. Make someone else look stupid so they could look better for it. "The what?" I asked. She didn't bother answering, simply grabbed the day's list of movements and reached for a whiteboard marker. Without bothering to explain what she was doing, this woman began to write numbers beside the names on the list with her pen, then wrote those numbers on the little whiteboards beside each cell door. Of course, I thought to myself, why didn't I do the cell allocations? But that wasn't the only job which I managed to miss. It turned out that while the rest of the officers got to sit in the lunchroom and talk shit in between the bursts of prisoners coming through, it was the person on the book that worked their butt off to keep the place moving along. Thankfully, there was an officer who started on the afternoon shift who was more than happy to point out all the little jobs I was required to do. It turned out that there was a lot more to running the book than just running the book. There were 3 separate times where I needed to allocate cells to incoming prisoners. Why did they need allocation? Because they all came from different units and needed to be kept separate. There were also mainstream and protection prisoners who definitely needed to be kept apart. I was also required to print off the unit allocation list from the dozens of emails that came through me and write them on small post-it notes, which were then attached to prisoner files kept on the shelves beside the interview tables. I had to print out all the files that went into the folders for the next day's arrivals ahead of time and keep them safe until the end of the day. There were the movement slips to write, so they would be ready to hand out to the returning court prisoners. And then, of course, I also had to liaise with each and every bus driver that came in, enter the names and numbers into the actual book, and then find officers to come and take the prisoners off the buses, a task that proved challenging in itself. The normal way to get officers to come and help whenever a bus pulled up was to simply shout out, "Bus!" at the top of your lungs. This I'd managed to pick up during the previous shifts. The first time I called bus on that very first day of experiencing the book? "Fuck off," one called back. "Do it yourself," came from another, followed by an explosion of laughter. Am I serious? In every way. But the worst part was that during one particular afternoon bus, they actually meant it and didn't bother coming at all. The driver and I simply remained staring at each other for close to 10 minutes while we waited. I ended up going around to the lunchroom and found 5 officers sitting in there. "Bus." They all just looked at me, several grinning. "Do it yourself. Can't you see we're busy?" The property officers, who sat just behind an adjoining divider, began to laugh, and I just walked away shaking my head, embarrassed. A couple of the officers did eventually come to the desk and grab the indents, but that was almost 15 minutes later. To say that I was utterly embarrassed in front of those drivers is an understatement, and all they could do was shake their heads in disgust. Professionalism wasn't something the admissions department in this prison exuded. It wasn't until the following shift where some new faces came in, and a couple of them asked how I went the previous day. I shared the graphic details, and they shook their heads in disgust. "There are some lazy fuckers in here," one of them said. I then learned some background information of the people I was working with. A couple of them had been living in admissions for years because nobody wanted to work with them in the units. Their laziness was legendary around the jail, and the building I'd been allocated to housed the majority of them, as if a holding area for the rejects. Despite having a 2-year rotational rule for staff allocations, some of the officers in this unit had been working here for 5 or 6 years. Those new faces were kind enough to write up a new list for me, and eventually I learned the role back to front, no thanks to the original officers. On a roster of around 24, there were only around half a dozen who I enjoyed working with. They were also the only ones to ever willingly do the work, while the others constantly had to be prodded into action, and even then, they weren't always guaranteed to add value. Reality was well and truly setting in during that second week, and within a month, I hated where I worked. Hated it. Whenever I woke the morning of a shift, I had the worst butterflies, my stomach almost cramping the entire drive into the prison. There were days where I would anxiously check the rosters to see who I'd be working with during subsequent shifts, and even considered calling in sick on the days I worked with the worst of them. It wasn't fun. It wasn't as exciting as perhaps I made out during the early Prison Days books. Those first few months were perhaps some of the worst in my working life. I started seeing these distinct circles of officers around the place, the kinds you used to see in high school. The circle of officers that was located in admissions was perhaps the worst of them. After a year on the job, I started to find things becoming a little easier. Some of the officers who I had such a hard time with began to slowly move on, transferred out to other places. While the truly bad seeds remained, the rest began to make room for new faces, amongst whom I found some true friends. They would end up making my own time in the unit go by much easier than before. But it was during relief shifts out in the prison that I started to find a repeat of what had happened during those first couple of weeks. It seemed that the notion of helping new officers was something rare. Why this was, I didn't know at the time, but the more time that passed by, the clearer it became. It wasn't until I was a couple of years into the job that I remember one particular conversation with a group of officers. We were discussing newbies, as a new class had graduated the previous day, and a couple of the officers were already working shifts that very afternoon. We were discussing how little they were taught during those first few weeks, and how it didn't seem to make sense considering how many weeks they endured in the classroom. Those officers opened my eyes even more to the fact that the company simply needed a signature on each of the units in order to cover their own arse. It didn't matter that a lot of the information a new officer needed came with on-the-job experience. But that was when the conversation turned to their own first few shifts in the jail. More than half of those sitting around named several officers who had refused to help them during those first few shifts. A couple of the names truly surprised me, as those very officers were currently working in admissions and had always come across as friendly and helpful. I asked one of them about it a few days later, and he laughed when I brought it up. "Need some sort of entertainment when in a unit for hours on end," was his reply. At first, I thought it was a joke, but something in his eyes told me he was serious. And that was a sad truth I soon came to see for myself. People, just people in general, enjoyed watching others suffer. It wasn't just the prisoners who enjoyed seeing people struggle. It was quite a few of the officers as well. Not just watching someone struggle, but actually doing things to further increase the victim's suffering. I think some of the worst things I witnessed were more experienced officers hoping for newbies to fail by ensuring mistakes were made. One such incident involved a friend of mine during his early days on the job. To move around from one area to another inside our jail, prisoners are given what's called movement slips, and these are color-coded to specific units. Specific units are only ones who carry a particular color, which means officers manning gates through the jail can easily identify where a prisoner is either coming from or headed. My friend Paul was working his first shift in admissions and had been helping process prisoners back in from court. Once a mainstream court return is back in uniform after their strip, they are handed a colored movement slip from their respective unit and sent on their way. Normally, it is the responsibility of the person running the book who prepares all of the day's required movement slips first thing in the morning, but for some reason they hadn't been done. It wasn't uncommon for one of the lazy officers to be on the book and conveniently forget to do any of the other required tasks besides sitting at the desk and drinking coffee all day. Unsure of which color slip to give the crook, Paul asked one of the officers working beside him. That prick just smiled at him and said something like, just pick one. You get a 1 in 10 chance of getting it right. The crook, watching this exchange, told Paul it was orange, and when a second crook backed him up, Paul fell for the lie. One of the fastest facts an officer learns on the job is that prisoners will always try to take advantage, no matter how minor the reward. Paul just didn't pick up that particular lesson fast enough. It wasn't until almost 20 minutes later that he found out the error of his ways when one of the hardest supervisors to walk the halls came bursting into admissions, screaming for blood. It didn't take her long to find the person who had signed the movement slip and immediately tore into him. And before you ask, no, she didn't take him into an office first. A lot of the time, certain supervisors love nothing more than to berate officers in front of their peers. It's nothing more than a power trip, and it fucking irks me to no end at just how unprofessional some of these people really were. Not only did Paul get a severe reprimand, but he also enjoyed getting laughed at by other officers working in admissions that day, driven by the one person who could have avoided the entire episode. But just how serious was the error? Although rare, it could have been fatal. Prisoners are separated from each other for a lot of reasons. Their unit assignment could be due to someone they owe debts to living in another unit, or perhaps a witness in their trial living there. Or someone might put a contract out, offering money for a hit to take place. Whatever the reasons, certain prisoners should never be allowed entry into specific units, and that is one of the many reasons officers manning gates need to remain vigilant at all times. Lucky for Paul, not only was the crook simply wanting to go and visit a mate, but the second gate he tried to walk through managed to pick up on the error. That particular officer just happened to be on a relief shift that day, normally assigned to Campaspe, where the crook actually lived. The screaming supervisor also just happened to be walking past and overheard the officer question the crook on why he was carrying the movement slip for another unit. Of course, he denied any wrongdoing, saying that the officer gave it to him. Just imagine the ramifications if that crook had, in fact, been on a mission to carry out a contract killing, or perhaps worse still, simply did want to visit a friend, unaware that a contract had been taken out on him and he was the one killed. Now imagine how that would have impacted Paul, all because an officer who should have known better wanting to have some so-called fun. The longer I worked in the prison, the more I distrusted those around me. The ramifications from some of these displays of sheer bullying didn't end with a bunch of officers standing around laughing. Sometimes, especially when the outcome turned serious, officers were called into courtrooms to explain themselves. Every single death which occurs in the jail is investigated, and if anything irregular is found, then officers are called into question. Imagine the outcome if an officer was found to be directly responsible for a death due to the misinformation passed on by one of their peers. The thought horrified me. I didn't know who to believe when given instructions, and it wasn't long before another word came to live in the back of my mind: complacency. That was the one word, I think, which scared me above all else. Working in a prison isn't like a regular job, as I'm sure you've already discovered throughout the Prison Days series. The people we come into contact with each and every day are not the kind one would ever hope to cross during their lifetime. But after getting over the initial shock of starting their jobs inside, I would see new officers quickly try to impress their peers by trying to be one of the cool kids. Whenever an officer is tasked with coming into direct contact with a prisoner, certain protocols need to be followed in order to minimize the risk of injury. And yet, for some reason, those officers will do everything they can to do the exact opposite. One such example is when escorting prisoners around the facility. In order to reduce the chances of an attack, the officer should always walk behind the prisoner, only stepping past them if needing to open a gate. You'd simply wait until the barrier was reached, ask the prisoner to step aside, and then open it. And yet, I'd see officers often walking ahead of not just single prisoners, but even groups of them at a time. And speaking of groups, it's also not uncommon to find a single officer willing to move a dozen prisoners on their own, usually walking slightly ahead of the pack as they lead them from one unit to another. Why do they do it? Because they don't want to be seen as weak. There was one time where I was working in admissions and moving prisoners back and forth between the property counter and the holding cells. It was a particularly busy day, and I was perhaps 4 or 5 months into the job. I must have been somewhat distracted by the workload that day, because without realizing, I myself had become complacent and was leading the prisoners down the corridor. One of the managers pulled me up at one point and asked whether I knew the prisoner I had just returned to their cell. I said I did not, and he told me that the guy was in for aggravated assault and had a number of occasions punched officers in the back of the head. I only needed reminding that one time to make the necessary changes in my mindset. Complacency is perhaps one of the biggest enemies of officers, perhaps on an even par with the crooks themselves. Walking around the prison itself, it didn't take long to find others taking the same risks, like the officer who I saw walk into an airlock alone with 8 or 9 prisoners as they exited a unit, or the officer who happily opened the cell of a V1 rated prisoner to hand him his washing because he didn't want to try and push it through the cell door's trap. Speaking of V1s, there are also times where an officer needs to have the presence of mind to protect themselves. If you aren't sure what a V1 rating is, let me run it past you. Each and every prisoner that walks through the gates of a prison will have certain ratings placed on them. I know this is true for Australian prisons, and I'd make a bet that it was also true for prisons around the world. Ratings are a way for officers to identify the risks each prisoner poses, and a quick scan next to their name reveals a number of key pieces of information. The V rating is what is used to classify the violence rating of a prisoner. A V1 is someone prone to violence, has attacked an officer, and is more than likely to go toe-to-toe with authority at the drop of a hat. On top of that, a V1 prisoner is also required to be escorted by no less than 3 regular officers, or 2 TOs, at any time, must also be handcuffed during any move, and must be cleared for any move by a supervisor. In other words, keep your fucking eyes open when dealing with a prisoner rated as a V1. I kid you not when I say that the amount of times I've seen V1 rated prisoners moved while uncuffed by a single officer because nobody could be bothered to check the actual rating are too many to mention. Violence ratings range from 1, the most extreme, to 4, and are just one of the examples used by staff. There are also other letters and numbers that follow every prisoner's name on movement sheets. The way it might appear is as follows, just a random example. The prisoner's number, then name, followed by their ratings. 11114444, John Smith, V2, S3, M2, P3, E4. V, violence rating. S, suicide rating. M, medical rating. P, psychiatric rating. E, escape rating. Getting back to the V1 rating, there was one time where I was on duty as the movements officer. It is the job of the movements officer to attend certain units at specific times in order to move prisoners around the facility. This could be due to medical appointments, legal visits, unit moves, or numerous other reasons. I remember attending one specific unit for a move on this Tuesday morning and being asked to move a prisoner for a medical appointment. At the time, said unit was manned by a single officer, as the other one had been called out. The unit was still locked down since the previous day, so it didn't matter that just one officer was on duty. The issue came when I asked about the specific prisoner who I needed to escort up to the medical wing. It turned out that the crook had been locked down due to an incident involving another prisoner and an officer. He confronted them and had been separated due to aggression. Any prisoner locked down for violence or aggression requires 2 officers to escort them. On this particular day, I was working alone. Back then, the prison only had a single movements officer on the roster. This would eventually be changed to 2 full-time escorting staff. But back then, it was just me, with the role not required every day. The female officer on duty in the unit wasn't a newbie by a long way, having spent almost a decade and a half behind the walls. To this day, I still don't know whether she was simply trying to rid herself of a problem, whether she just wanted to take the lazy option, or whether she just didn't care either way. Remember, I was still relatively new at this point. More experienced officers see newbies as not having the presence of mind to think for themselves. What she told me to do was to escort him on my own. Perhaps another new officer would have seen this woman as something of an authority. She did, after all, have a lot of experience up her sleeve and knew the system as well as the best of them. But I also knew that if something happened during the escort, the only person who would be under investigation was me. She wouldn't even be questioned. The funny thing was, when I questioned her advice, she became quite annoyed and told me that if I couldn't be bothered to take him on my own, then I would need to find someone else to help me because she couldn't and her offsider was busy. Since I lacked the skill to pull a second officer from my butt, I phoned the duty soup of the day and he told me to stand by until he could send someone down. As uncomfortable as it was, I sat in that officer station for almost an hour, waiting until I eventually left to attend another escort in a different unit. The lockdown prisoner didn't get his escort, and everybody moved on with their day. The thing is, how different could that situation have been if I'd simply listened to someone more experienced? If I had actually made the move and the prisoner attacked me, I could have lost my job for putting myself in jeopardy, not following protocol, and all because of the advice of someone who should have known better. That exact same issue happened to me on more than several occasions, and all because of understaffing. It wasn't until several people complained and a couple of the supervisors put it to management that things finally changed a couple of years later. They added 2 new positions to the daily roster, with permanent movement officers employed to carry out internal prison escorts. Understaffing and overcrowding have become such cliched words around prisons that people no longer see them as a surprise. It's just become a new standard that people have accepted as the way it is. However, working in those conditions puts things into perspective, and you soon understand just how dangerous things really are. The thing is, if we all worked as a team, from the general manager right down to the people who cart in the prisoners' weekly shopping supplies in their trolleys, things mightn't be as bad. If we could all work together as one and have the same goals in front of mind, then we might actually turn this into something of a success. But unfortunately, that's not how things work in this place. Here, despite a lot of the incidents being handled really strongly, half the team don't know what the other half is up to. There is a lot of suspicions which float around the place. There's a sense of management targeting a lot of the senior officers in the hopes of removing them from their positions. Quite a lot of whispers surround the actual use of a lot of the new security cameras that had been installed during the previous few years. Questions abound as to why so many experienced staff are repeatedly targeted and subsequently moved from one position to another. Do you remember Scott Jones from the October edition of Prison Days? He'd been viciously attacked by a prisoner armed with a pool ball inside a sock. Scott spent several months recovering and eventually returned to his role. Despite everything that had happened to him, the man stood up stronger than when he'd been felled and went back to a role he'd been working for decades. The real shock came when Scott was returned back to the very same unit where the attack took place. While his attacker had been removed, the rest of the unit had not, and those crooks who witnessed the attack were now the ones looking down onto the station where Scott sat and worked. It was several years later that the real test came when the prisoner returned to our prison. And the worst part? Scott was assigned to the very unit the crook was transferred into. Despite several requests for the prisoner to be moved out, Scott was forced to work in the unit which held his attacker. I can only imagine the mental strain it had on him, especially when seeing the crook standing on the top tier while whispering things to other prisoners as they watched Scott from a distance. Scott is just one example of how things are often warped in this place. I saw numerous experienced staff, all of whom had amazing work ethics, suddenly find themselves targeted and subsequently get either demoted or moved out entirely. In one classic example of just how out of touch the prison's hierarchy were with simple common sense, one of my fellow officers found himself in the middle of a shitstorm that had all the indicators of classic ignorance. Rob Miller had been in the job for more than a decade and worked his butt off to provide for his family. A single father, he'd dated a couple of female officers during his years, but when his most recent romantic interlude took a nasty turn, there was no way he could have predicted just how twisted the truth would become. The facts of the story were quite common, probably replayed in other workplaces dozens of times a day. Rob had dated the woman a few times, decided that he wasn't interested, and called it quits. Unfortunately, the woman didn't take the news so well and decided instead to accuse Rob of sexual harassment. She launched the first strike by going to management and making the accusation directly to HR. Where things became hazy is when HR called Rob in for a meeting, asked him to sign a written warning, and let the thing go. They told Rob that if he signs, the matter won't proceed further and he can continue working. This was put to him before they'd even asked for his side of the story. They assumed the accusation was correct before giving him a chance to tell his part entirely. And why would they do this? Because Rob had crossed paths with one of the managers during a previous altercation, and because of that incident, had a target on his back. This was one of those times where they could effectively nail him for something that could add weight to eventually shipping him out. Rob refused to sign. And just how far did the ramifications from that refusal go? He was fired for it. Fired for a sexual harassment charge that, firstly, hadn't been proven, and secondly, hadn't been properly investigated. Because this story goes quite deep, I won't go into all the details of it, but I will tell you that Rob didn't go down easily. Actually, he didn't go down at all, instead taking the general manager and HR manager to court for unfair dismissal. There, the true extent of the matter was aired in an open courtroom, and at one point found both managers having their own integrity questioned due to the overwhelming evidence that Scott was in fact innocent of the charge. There was even video evidence of the woman getting in his face and harassing him in his own unit, in direct contrast to her accusations of him stalking her. Despite spending tens of thousands of dollars on his defense, Scott was eventually granted full reinstatement and back pay for time lost. He returned to his job, and one night during a particular quiet night shift, he shared the story with me. When I asked him why he was willing to spend so much money on the job when he knew he wasn't going to get reimbursed for it, he said that he saw it as an investment in his future. At his age, finding another job that offered a decent wage while also offering more days off per week than on was going to be rare. The point of that story is to highlight just how quickly the internal system could be used against somebody considered dispensable. Rob was someone that regularly stood up for his rights, unafraid to confront management when he knew they were trying to take advantage of officers, and because of that, management wanted him gone. What I struggled with the most was the fact that those in the prison's driver's seats looked at officers as nothing more than disposable labor. Rumors began to surface that management had decided to change the entire culture of the prison to suit their own needs, thereby cutting as many of the experienced staff as possible. I don't know how true that really was, but in subsequent months, I saw plenty of evidence to support the rumors. The cameras I mentioned previously, while you might assume their purpose was to monitor the prisoners, your assumption couldn't be further from the truth. While they looked to be for the sole purpose of prison security, the amount of times they were used to spy on staff was off the scale. In most jobs that work standby night shift, such as firefighters, provisions are in place where those firefighters can sleep in order to remain fresh for any jobs that popped up. In our prison, definitely not. A camera had been installed into the staff room, placed in such a position to ensure the sitting area was clearly in view. When staff complained about the camera after its initial installation, management claimed it needed to be put in place in order to keep an eye on the vending machines lined against one wall. Funny thing is, the vending machines had also been moved from their previous location on an opposite wall. Apart from the manned units, a typical night shift for patrol staff consisted of conducting any after-hour moves as well as unit searches. In the morning, court moves commenced around 5:30. That meant during most shifts, there was nothing to do for almost 7 hours. All staff were requested to go and sit in the staff room to watch television. The lights were normally switched off, which meant you were expected to sit in the dark for more than half the night while remaining fully awake. The thing is, our radios were right beside our ears, and any codes called would be heard instantly by everybody. Yes, we could have slept, but weren't allowed to. This isn't a case of falling asleep on the job. It was a case of being on call while on site. There's a big difference. As long as an officer turned up to codes when they were called, what was the problem? Quite a few officers lost their jobs for sleeping during their patrol shifts. There were also several incidents of people crashing their vehicles after working several 12-hour night shifts in a row. I'll let you decide whether the officers should have been allowed to sleep, but from where I stood, there was no reason why they couldn't. Unfortunately, the entire place ended up appearing severely skewed to me. Management seemed so preoccupied by how the staff were going about their day, the real issues were completely ignored. Some of these issues were not only unimaginable, but they were downright dangerous. This is a maximum security facility, and you would think that one of the most guarded places in the prison would be the front door. While this might be true in prisons run by people who actually care about their safety and security, not in this prison. The front door was perhaps one of the easiest places to smuggle things inside if someone wanted to. Allow me to explain. 2 separate entrances exist at the front of this prison, one being the main door into the reception area, while the other is the main sally port. It was something like my 3rd week on the job when I was rostered to perform a night shift in reception. The role is assigned to a single officer who monitors the entrance while processing a lot of the mail during their shift. Once the final count is called correct and the day staff filter out through the front doors, it is time to get into the mail. Several more officers will come and go for a further 2 or 3 hours, and it isn't until the last of them finally leave that the front doors are locked. The processing of mail is one of the major jobs performed by the night shift reception officer. Once the mail has been sorted and bagged, they send the filled bag into the prison via one of the vehicle patrol staff who walk through twice a night. It all sounds very official, and in all honesty, That's how I saw it when I first began. But that illusion soon crumbled when I started seeing the truth for myself. It happened one night where I was one of the vehicle perimeter patrol staff. 2 night shift officers are tasked with conducting 4 random vehicle patrols each and every night for a period of 10 minutes apiece. The patrols are supposed to be not only randomly timed, but also randomly driven. And that was where the problem sits. The first time I ever went along for the ride, I was the junior officer and simply a passenger. I was told that there was no way staff would ever go out on patrol 4 separate times. Nightly vehicle patrols were supposed to be conducted at 4 random times throughout the night, with 1 before midnight and 3 patrols between midnight and 5 o'clock. So what officers did was go out at around 11:50 each night, do 2 laps instead of 1, and call it the first 2 random patrols, returning inside a little after midnight. Then they would come back out around 4, do another 2 laps, and call it the final 2 random patrols. That's how we do it, I was told that first night, and proceeded to do passenger along for the next 3 nights, each time led by the senior officer. The control staff backed this activity up as well, as they needed to make note of the times in their own log. Subsequent supervisors would then check the log and also sign off on this. And did anybody ever question it? No, because that's how we do it here. While the so-called random patrols were anything but, and certainly didn't serve any constructive purpose in the scheme of things other than fulfill some arbitrary requirement, there was one aspect which really surprised me. It was during the second lot of random patrols that something jumped out at me, something which didn't sit right. As we first came out of the sally port, my offsider said he was just going to his car to grab a cigarette. With smoking outlawed on prison grounds, this was one of the few opportunities he had to grab a quick puff. What may have just been an innocent act quickly turned into something else entirely in my own mind, because for some reason, the rules that applied to staff during the day, for some reason, went out the window during the night. Remember, this is a maximum security facility. I had no idea what the officer actually grabbed from his car. Yes, he came back sucking on the end of that cancer stick, but was there anything else in his pockets? He could have grabbed anything. A bag of pills, a pouch of tobacco, a USB. Hell, he could have grabbed a fucking gun for all I knew. Why does it matter? If an officer comes into the prison during the day, they're supposed to come through the front reception area and follow the standard procedure of having their items x-rayed, followed by a metal detector run over their body, as well as a random pat-down by our reception officer. If they enter the prison via the sally port, they are patted down and or wanded with a metal detector by the sally port officer. But at night, there was no sally port officer, and the reception officer wasn't the one monitoring the sally port. They were too busy sorting through mail. It was the control room staff who opened and closed the sally port door for any staff needing admittance, and who checked them for contraband. Nobody. What this meant was any number of officers could be smuggling anything they wanted to via the sally port at night. The scary thing is that not everybody working as an officer was honest. Numerous officers have been sacked and sometimes even charged for smuggling contraband into the jail. There were even 2 incidents I know of where firearms were smuggled inside. Firearms! Remember that word complacency? It is perhaps the greatest threat to the security of the prison, perhaps every prison in the world. Complacency will fuck you up every single time, perhaps not by your hand, but certainly by others. No matter how many times I served on that nightly vehicle patrol, the same routine went down. There were no checks made, nobody ensuring that we were clean before control opened the sally port for us. Once inside, we returned our weapons back into the lockers, signed the 2 logs, then asked for control to open the inner door so we could return to pick up our keys. Nobody ever checked whether we had anything in our pockets. While the Sally Port was one of the biggest breaches in security, the same thing was happening next door in reception. I once went out on the nightly patrol and found the reception officers standing beside their car while smoking a cigarette. Remember the bag of mail they send into the jail via a random officer? What if they made sure they knew who that officer was and simply added something extra to the bag, perhaps inside an envelope? Drugs, tobacco, firearm, USBs, the list is endless. Maximum security my fucking arse. The thing is, I tried to voice my concern on several occasions and to different levels of authority. "That's just how we do things," was the more common response, unless of course the person's eyes glazed over and simply changed the subject, as if my concerns were somehow taboo. Nobody wanted to hear it. It goes right back to that mindset of, I can't be seen as weak. Most people didn't want to rock the boat, and so simply followed the rest of the herd, sticking their heads in the sand and hoping things didn't go pear-shaped during their own shifts. One of the last people who I knew to be fired for smuggling drugs into the prison also worked the nightly reception shift, as well as random vehicle patrols. Yet, despite of this, the rules surrounding both nightly duties remain unchanged to this day. In all honesty, I'm surprised I made it out of there at all, given some of these unbelievable practices. It seems as if those higher up in the chain are too busy focusing on other things, while those in the working person's chairs are too afraid to speak up. The amount of officers I saw lose their job because of crazy shit is more than a few. Perhaps I'm one of the lucky ones, able to walk from the place without a reprimand, official warnings, or any suspensions. Maybe I simply flew under the radar and kept my head down. During my years, I performed numerous roles inside, working in almost every area of the prison. I saw some crazy shit, acts performed by both prisoners and staff. In the next chapter, I cover some of these incidents, each one a distinct memory from my time inside. Am I sad to have left this weird world behind? Not one single bit. On one hand, I'm glad that I took the plunge and saw a side of life many would never experience for themselves. I saw things society could never comprehend if they witnessed them at all. Life inside prison is so separated from normality that I can see why those working in the job for decades tend to be numbed to the horrific scenes which play out. I should know, as I began to experience this personally. Blood, shit, broken bones, assaults, stabbings, suicide, bullying, it all tended to blend into what I considered just another typical day inside. On the other hand, there isn't a doubt in my mind that if I didn't take that initial plunge all those years ago and follow my curiosity behind the walls, I would never have made it to where I am today. My entire author career only began once I had the time to put pen to paper, figuratively speaking. Most full-time jobs don't give people more time off than on, which is how I managed to sit down for long enough and finish those first few books. But while this career may have sounded like the perfect place to work at one point in my life, it soon became apparent that it was anything but. Yes, there are those who turn a career behind the walls into a lifelong service, and to those I tip my hat. For me, however, there came a time where I needed to make a choice. It was either stay and completely lose the person who I thought I was, or take the experiences under my hat and turn them into a part of my own life's journey with which to step off into a new direction. I think you know which one I chose. On my own terms. During my time inside, I watched perhaps 36 officers lose their jobs for various reasons. I'm not talking about those who chose to leave, perhaps to pursue other ventures or even retire. Those I commend for making the decision to break free from this world and continue on with new adventures. The people I'm talking about are the ones who were fired, taken off the site via an escorted walk of shame. Some of the reasons these people were removed from their positions include smuggling contraband, getting involved in inappropriate relationships, insubordination, sleeping on the job, as well as many more. But while they did shock me at the time of each of their dismissals, there were others still who were perhaps subtly shoved out the door without ever having a conversation on the matter. There is still one incident which sticks in my mind, and it was perhaps one of the biggest breaches I could imagine. There was a woman I worked with, one who preferred the company of her fur babies than people in general. She didn't have a partner, lived alone, and worked in one of the units. The thing was, for some reason, one of the managers took a disliking to her. This was more than evident in not only the way he directly interacted with her, but also in the way he manipulated her placements. It wasn't until she revealed something out of this world to me that I finally woke up to the possibilities when it came to getting on the wrong side of people in power in this place. This woman was working in the unit one day when a crook ignored her instruction to him. She called him out on it, but he just turned and smiled at her. When she confronted him, the crook leaned in and repeated her exact home address, whispering it with a huge grin. After overcoming the initial shock, she followed the necessary steps by reporting the incident to her supervisor, who then supposedly took it a step higher. But despite requesting for the prisoner to be transferred out of the unit, it was denied. The crook remained where he was. She then tried to get herself transferred out, and was also denied. It wasn't until a couple of months later that she finally managed to be moved to a general duties role, the kind of role handed to a lot of new and inexperienced staff. Sadly, she ended up quitting the job entirely, and rumors began to abound that the information regarding her home address had been handed to the crook by this specific manager. What was even more frightening was other addresses finding their way into crooks' hands, and those officers receiving threats unless they started delivering contraband into the prison. While this may have been just simple rumors without any real backup or solid proof, the biggest shock came when this person managed to get his own transfer out of the prison and into a role even higher up than the one he was in. After a couple of years in the job, I'd all but forgotten about the former manager, and imagine my surprise when I found him mentioned in a newspaper article. He was under investigation for a variety of accusations, some of which included the very rumors which had been floating around the prison years before. Nothing further eventuated, and the manager is now working in a top-level job. The only thing I personally took away from all of that was the fact the prison had an insatiable thirst for gossip. With so many people sitting around for weeks and months on end, rumors were birthed with regular clarity, rising truths and lies amongst both officers and prisoners. Some of the time, it was hard to make heads or tails out of them all, and the only thing one could do was either enjoy them as entertainment or try to ignore them completely. For me, it did my head in. Whilst I tried to remain positive and keep my head down in the work, it became almost impossible to ignore them all. There were times where ignorance wasn't an option, and I had no choice but to listen, especially when they turned on those I knew and cared about. It was in the middle of 2019 that things began to take a serious turn south for me. Several events had taken place, and those had left a fair-sized mark on my soul. A couple of firings, several suspensions, and numerous assaults on staff were starting to add up in my conscience. And then, when I started seeing those who I held in the highest regard start to become targets of a prison hierarchy gone mad, I began to question my own position in the place. Up until that point, I'd honestly believed that if one did the right thing by working hard and keeping on the straight and narrow, they would not only be respected, but also find themselves rewarded with appropriate promotions. I was wrong. What I found instead was a place where the old saying, "It's not what you know, but who you know," rang true in every sense of the word. Good people were losing their jobs, while those with questionable ethics were handed a step up into higher and higher roles. It became almost a running joke amongst a few people I conversed with. The final straw for me came when I watched a friend's decline after a brutal assault. He went in to help a fellow officer, copped a severe beating, and was left with permanent brain damage. I spoke to his wife several times over the next few months and discovered he'd sustained irreparable injuries, including the loss of his short-term memory. In one conclusive act, his entire future had been shaped by someone else, leaving this man in a place he could never return. He ended up dropping off the radar completely, closing his social media down and leaving the entire world outside. That man's entire existence changed in the blink of an eye. The repercussions of an officer needing to back up the people they work with. He ran in to protect his fellow officers because he knew it was the only choice he had, regardless of whether that officer brought a conflict on themselves through bad attitude. I've seen officers think themselves above all others, starting spot fires wherever they go. Guys like Tony Malone are the kind that blindly rub people up the wrong way and then cry for others to come in and defend them when the shit hits the fan. To this day, I still wonder whether my own opinions on the place were correct, or whether they were influenced by those I worked with. Perhaps the way I saw the place after everything that had happened was a result of a point of view influenced by those around me. Maybe I was wrong. But whatever it was, in the end, it helped seal my own fate. I still honestly believe that if I didn't take that first step, I would have never begun my author career. The place changed me, not just as an officer, but also as a person. The changes I felt were a lot deeper than just superficial ones. I became someone I couldn't recognize anymore. The more I looked, the more I found people similar to me, quiet, withdrawn, sad. Some had marital problems, others already living alone. Don't get me wrong, a lot of people working inside are as normal as one would expect. They manage to deal with things in their own way and never let the experiences of life behind the walls affect them. Water off a duck's back, remember? The one thing I knew immediately was the moment I understood my own future. I had already released several books by the time I came to the conclusion prison was no longer the place for me. In a sense, I had lost what I had held in abundance when I first walked in through the front gate, but something happened over time. As embarrassing as it is for me to say this, I became scared. I lost my confidence walking into a unit and sitting in the place surrounded by crooks. The scariest part for me wasn't the prisoners walking around, but the officers I was partnered with. One didn't get to choose their colleagues for the day, and some of the time, those sitting beside you weren't your first choice. It was those very people that could confront the wrong prisoner for the most basic of reasons and not comprehend the consequences of their actions. Those like Tony Malone, who walked a walk they perhaps didn't fully understand themselves. Yes, I was scared. There, I said it. Fear is something no officer ever wants to feel or admit to anybody. It is something nobody ever wants to be accused of, especially in a place where fear is dangerous. Fear was something groups of officers would pin on those they were gossiping about at times, especially those who didn't want to work in units directly. There were those who opted for jobs like those in reception, dubbed non-contact roles. It's strange to look back on the things I experienced and wonder how I ever managed to get through them at the time. From seeing sick acts of violence, like stabbings and assaults, to shit bombs and prisoners bronzing up. I remember times where friends and family would ask about my days inside and then sit completely captivated as I recounted some of those very experiences in graphic detail. It was those very gatherings that inspired me to start writing my very first book, to share those same experiences with you. Now that my time inside has officially ended, I sit back and think about the friends I've made during those years inside. There aren't many, but those I come out with on the other side are the ones I would trust with my life. They're the ones I found to have held on to their humanity throughout the horrific passage of our journey together. I often look at the clock as I go about my day and picture where the prison is at that moment, which muster is coming up, or what certain units are doing at that point in time. It's not because I want to go back there. Perhaps, in a weird kind of way, it gives me comfort knowing that at least somebody is still there to watch our nightmares and keep them safely locked behind the walls. Just imagine what would happen if they weren't. Before we head off to the final chapter, perhaps the only one you really came here for in the first place, I want to remind you of one small fact. One that hopefully you keep in mind if hoping to follow me into a life behind the walls. Every prison, despite sharing some distinct similarities, is different. While mine may not have been the sparkling jewel in the system, it still fulfills its role in the best possible way it knows how. Yes, there are those who put the uniform on and walk around the place as if they own the joint, but not everybody is like that. Prison is a place of two worlds. The first is where the prisoners reside. The place where officers guard the realms with vast reserves of unimaginable courage and ensure the place runs as efficiently as possible. These are the same people that repeatedly go above and beyond to ensure the safety of everybody, as well as being the ones who talk to prisoners like they would any other person. The second world is a place where many decide that they are above the danger, perhaps thinking that because they haven't been the victim after a certain period of time, they are somehow above those kinds of issues. They put on the uniform and instantly grow an extra couple of feet in height, thinking themselves untouchable, in charge, and better than anybody else. These are the people who constantly talk down to prisoners, reminding them of who the one is in charge. To them, prisoners are nobody, vermin who must pay for their crimes in the worst way possible. The attitude they hand out through their demeanor and tone is enough for other officers to roll their eyes and slowly walk the other way. The first is the world I hope you find behind the walls if you ever chose to check it out. It is the world I think I first discovered when new into the job. Unfortunately, it wasn't the world I ended up in, thanks to the initial unit I was selected for. That unit was filled with a lot of the second group, already pulled out from the other units for causing too many issues. To finish this book, I'd like to revisit the kinds of incidents which brought you here in the first place, the ones I like to call my extreme list. These are the experiences which I think make it to the very top of the war story list, the ones I still share with those interested enough to listen. While some of you may have heard of before, perhaps there are others which may surprise you. Let's go and check them out. Personal extremes. Here we are, the final stop on this journey through the darkness of maximum security. The following are the very top of the experiences which I remember more vividly than anything else. These experiences are the ones I could never have imagined, and perhaps the ones I will carry with me until the very end of my days. I decided to create a list so you can share just where these events fit in with my own memories. Not all of them are bad. Some of them are quite sad, while others are sure to pull the tears from your eyes as you laugh yourself silly. Try not to picture all of them, as I guarantee you, the images may not be as entertaining as you might think. Perhaps the place I should really begin this final chapter is the experience which managed to surprise me the most. Sadness is an emotion which many people struggle with in so many different ways, and it is perhaps one of the more difficult ones to understand. The saddest experience for me. During my time inside, there were a lot of experiences which I could call sad, many of which still remain with me to this day. It's strange for me to be sitting here trying to think of which I might consider the saddest, because it all comes down to a matter of perspective. It might surprise you to learn that the saddest moment I can remember wasn't something that happened to me, but instead happened to a prisoner. You may remember his name from several distinct episodes throughout the Prison Days series. This man also had his own special chapter in the Inmates series and was a character often seen as larger than life around the prison. I'm speaking about John Burns, the man who at the time of his death weighed more than 1/4 of a metric ton. During every shift I worked, I swear John's name would have been mentioned at least once. Every single shift. He was that kind of person. In the prison, he was something of a character, a person whom everybody knew to some degree. A lot of people hated him, despising the extra workload he added to the officers assigned to his unit. He could barely move more than a few feet at a time when being escorted, and whenever someone saw him pass by, would mumble something about the fat retard as he walked by. The man's entire existence was a waste of time, and the only place he ever truly felt at home was right there in the Macquarie unit. It was there where he had the friends he needed, his necessities provided to him free of charge, and the only structure in his life he would ever know. Each time I saw him released from prison, a certain air of sadness surrounded him. While he enjoyed the attention at the time, with officers conducting his release procedure, the sadness remained hidden behind his eyes, knowing that soon the attention would end and he would be alone once again. When he died from a heart attack, I listened to a lot of officers remind those who listened of their prediction that he would drop dead before age 30 because of his size. The fat retard had only grown heavier during his previous stay in jail, and many knew his time was coming. That man died all alone, cremated by strangers and mourned by those who remained behind in the prison unit. His family were non-existent, his mother already past herself. I think what saddens me the most about John Burns, aside from the fact he died alone, was the fact he really never stood a chance for anything better. He faced challenges each and every day of his life and didn't have the kind of support you and I have. He was nothing more than a passenger, and in the end, only did what came easy to him. He shouldn't have been in prison, but unfortunately, it was the only place which could care for him, if that's what you'd call it. As far as I could tell, his life had virtually no meaning by the time his death came, with the only real emotion, perhaps a sense of relief from those tasked with watching him. The most disgusting memory. Oh boy, where do I go with this one? There's so many worthy candidates here that could be classed as the most disgusting. Did I ever tell you about the officer who insisted on being an absolute dick to the crooks in one particular unit, only to find the crooks getting their revenge in the sweetest way? It's not quite the most disgusting, but it's certainly up there. The officer had been working in the unit for a while and spoke to them as if they were nothing but shit on his boot heel. So, to get their own back, the crooks decided to hand a bucket around amongst themselves, with each of them taking a shit into it. Once they were all done, they drew straws to see who the lucky delivery boy would be, and that guy managed to upend the bucket of shit straight into the face of the officer. The whole thing was caught on camera as well. Could you imagine it? No, please don't. Just the thought is making me feel a little uneasy. So, if that's not the most disgusting thing I encountered, then what the hell is? That honor goes to a prisoner whom I was assigned to watch during a particularly cold night shift. He'd been brought into admissions on suicide watch, and as he was S1, needed to be looked in on every 15 minutes. The camera in the observation cell worked well, and despite being handed a canvas gown to wear, the crook stripped naked and threw the gown into the corner. An hour into his stay, he took a shit in the middle of the cell, a piss on the bench which stretched along one wall, and then pretended to ride a motorbike as he sat in his own urine. The part which always turns my stomach just a little happened sometime later when he kneeled down and began to lick at his urine like a dog. By this stage, he'd managed to smear the turds around the cell, onto his discarded canvas gown, and all over his naked body. The smell or taste of his own shit didn't seem to bother him, and despite reporting it to the soup and the medical staff, I was instructed to let him go. Watching a man drink his own piss and eat his own shit voluntarily is perhaps the most disgusting thing I'd take away from the place. The most cringeworthy. Is it a man slicing his own penis off with a plastic knife? Or perhaps the one who enjoyed shoving spoons up his butthole until it bled? No on both counts. How can I go past the time we found a syringe pushed down the eye of a prisoner's penis? I mean, a fucking syringe down the eye of his knob? The unfortunate soul didn't have a pecker long enough to hide the item completely, and thus his shortcomings left him exposed. I'm sure most men who are reading this will understand when I say, I'd like to leave that experience right there. No further descriptions needed. The funniest moment. If you have had the pleasure of listening to the Prison Days series on Audible, then you would have no doubt listened to the wonderful narrator Todd go on about describing the events as they unfold. What you may not have heard is one of the funniest moments in my prison career turn into the funniest blooper of all time. The moment I speak of is when a prisoner tried a little too hard during a urine test and effectively launched a mini projectile from his butthole in the process. All the wheezing and straining couldn't help him produce even the slightest trickle of oil, and when he pushed a little too hard, released a turd onto the floor. It was Todd that sent me the blooper a few weeks into that first series of books, and I remember laughing like I hadn't laughed in a very long time. If you'd like to experience the blooper for yourself, then feel free to email me at prisondays@yahoo.com, and I will happily send it through to you. Believe me, it is well worth it. The most unbelievable moment. This was a close one for me to decide, with quite a few incidents vying for the top spot. Coming in close behind the leader was the officer who decided to go and find a quiet corner to sleep the night away during a long night shift. The dumbass even decided to not just turn his radio down, but completely off, effectively reducing the chances of a code waking him to 0. It wasn't the first time he had done this, and the supervisor on duty that night decided he had had enough. He sent a crew out to try and find the missing officer, and when they couldn't locate him, chose to make the search official by calling a code Alpha on the man. With reports now needing to be made, the officer was eventually found in a disused office and subsequently fired. But the most unbelievable moment for me came when I saw a prisoner get stabbed more than a dozen times, begin leaking blood like a strainer, and then refuse to lie down on the medical stretcher. He managed to walk all the way through the yard and down the first corridor before he dropped down onto the stretcher. "Couldn't let them see me get carried away," he muttered to us as we wheeled him to the medical unit. His attackers, both kneeling in the middle of the unit's yard while handcuffed, had watched him walk away until completely out of sight. They would have known how many times their shivs connected, with the white t-shirt, a virtual horror movie the second we saw him. The dumbest thing ever. No list of extremes could ever be complete without the mention of an old friend of mine. Good old Tony Malone. I doubt that man will ever change his ways. And yes, he still works in the prison today. I'm sure I could write an entire list with just his own antics, but for the sake of choosing one, let's go with the time he decided to tell a brand new immigration officer who had arrived at our jail to escort a prisoner to the airport that her prisoner was a flight risk and guilty of assaulting staff. None of these were true, and the only thing he managed to do that day was frighten a young 19-year-old during her first official escort. She was so terrified of failing, she ended up waiting until her transport reached the Sally port, then phoned the information through to her control room, who advised her to return the prisoner back to admissions and await a suited-up extraction team. Imagine our surprise when the vehicle returned and the news broke of her phone call. Let's just say by the end of the day, the general manager was involved. And the final outcome? The repercussions for old Tony? Not a thing. And to finish, the most out there saying I ever heard. Sometimes, humor is perhaps the only way to make it through a workday, and boy did we rely on it at times, especially during a long time of stripping crooks and admissions. There were some days where the never-ending stream of naked men felt like the world's worst prank, and we decided to come up with ways to amuse ourselves. At one point, a few guys and I, working an afternoon shift, decided to come up with different names which to call prisoners' genitals. Raise your tackle was one such example. Things like lift your dick, raise your nuts, or hoist your flag just didn't seem to cut it at times. One of the guys came up with raise your love muscle, and while it was a fair effort, I don't think anything really compared to my personal favorite. Lift your hydraulics. I think I must have said that bad boy at least 100 times and always raised a smile from someone, including the poor lad standing before me. But as far as out there sayings goes, I don't think I can go past the first time I heard this one, spoken by a prisoner during one particular property processing session. A word of caution, it might not be suitable for everybody, and I apologize in advance. This particular moment happened during a Saturday morning in admissions. It wasn't customary for crooks to transfer into the prison on weekends, and this time there was a special exception made for half a dozen coming from a country prison. Weekend shifts in admissions meant just 2 officers working, and we like to take things easy. We were slowly working our way through the property tubs after interviewing them all and loading all 6 crooks into the larger holding cell. Processing property was perhaps the longest part of the drill, and with us taking things a little easier, it perhaps stretched on a bit longer than usual. The crooks all had a good sense of humor, and we were having a bit of fun with them. As we were going through each tub, the crook would stand before us and pack things we handed to them into their prison-allocated bag. I was the one tasked with scribing, meaning I sat in the chair and highlighted each item on the property list while my off-sider sorted through the tubs one at a time. For most of the items, the prisoners were asked whether they wanted to take certain things with them to their cell. Most took as much as possible, but there were times where crooks left things in their tubs to either keep them safe or due to only staying a night or 2. "Want your smokes?" my off-sider asked as he held up the box of tea bags. The crook first looked at us, then broke into a grin as he cottoned on to our humor. We knew what prisoners got up to with their shit, and it made for a good laugh at times. "Wank gloves?" he asked, holding up a bunch of socks. The crook continued to smile as he packed the things. "What about your cigarette papers?" he added, holding up the small prison-issued Bible. Prisoners almost always use the pages of the Bible to roll their smuggled tobacco into smokes. But it was when Chris stumbled onto a pile of titty magazines that the crook surprised us. He'd been fairly quiet up until that moment, just going with the flow. Being a hot-blooded male, Chris pulled one of the magazines out and opened it to the center spread. The woman sitting there was your normal, beautiful, half-naked attraction, her bountiful breasts hanging out for all to see. "Oh, yeah," Chris said, then turned the magazine for the crook to see. "Bet you'd like to take that back to the cell with you." He dropped the magazine into the storage tub, as well as the rest of the others, when the crook suddenly said, "I could certainly tongue-punch her fart box in a heartbeat." Now, I don't know if it was the moment, the relaxation of the day, or just because it was a bunch of lads standing around, but that comment just about broke me. Chris burst into laughter in an instant, and before long had tears streaming down his face. Call it prison humor, disgusting boy talk, or whatever, but that comment is one that is perhaps one of the most clearest ones I remember from a quiet Saturday afternoon back in 2017. Jimmy Carr, eat your heart out. Writing an extremes list based on the years in prison could probably go on forever. Just go ahead and reread a couple of the Prison Days books again to see how many incidents happened during each and every shift. I think personally, the rest of my experiences will probably now sink down into the depths of my own memories, where I hope they remain. Thankfully, I'm done with prison life, and although I still hear enough from my friends remaining in the job, am more than happy I can now be one of those people experiencing them around a barbecue on a Sunday afternoon with someone else telling the stories. The final word. I hope you can understand when I say I'm so happy to finally finish this book. It marks the end of the Prison Days series, and any subsequent books will be more about other people than my own experiences. I've had enough. This book has been one of the hardest for me to write. I struggled through many passages, sometimes needing breaks for days on end. When I first looked into this whole author thing, I often found those in the know writing about what subjects authors should cover. One of the most glaring pieces of advice was that an author should only write about things they personally enjoy. I don't enjoy prison, not anymore. It may have intrigued me in the beginning, but it wasn't long before the stark reality of the place took over. By the time I walked from the place for the final time, I hated it. Things could have taken a turn for the worse at any moment, and I was grateful for making it out of the joint relatively unscathed. I really hope you enjoyed this series for what I always intended, to bring you an unbiased and open-minded view inside. I wonder how your own thinking is, now that you have gained a little more insight into the real place I endured, a place perhaps vastly different to the one I initially portrayed. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to share this unimaginable place with you. Whilst I really hope you enjoyed the insights I have shared, I really hope you follow me into a place where I actually enjoy living these days, the places which only exist in my mind. The Max series, perhaps one of the closest environments to the real thing I could bring to you, is probably one of my favorite series to write. Soon, I will be releasing the next chapter in that series, and I really hope you will join me when it is released in December. Until then, thank you again and take care. And please, do anything you possibly can to avoid ending up on the wrong side of the walls. I'd hate to one day find your own memoirs in my hands, telling the experiences you suffered while in custody. Take care. Simon King. November 8th, 2021. P.S. Please don't forget to leave a review if you enjoyed this book. It really does help, and this author really appreciates the help. Thank you. You have been listening to Prison Days, Screwed Up by Simon King, narrated by Todd Waites. Text copyright 2021 by Simon King. This recording production copyright 2022 by Simon King was produced by Todd Waites in cooperation with Spoken Realms on the web at spokenrealms.com. Thank you for listening.